7 o'clock in St. Louis. My voice is breaking. I'm experiencing a growth spurt.
Well, that's nice. It hits most of us when we're 13 or 14.
So I'll be 5'2".
Well,
Do you always give your height with the lifts, or do you not?
Usually without. But you may sprout up. A lot of people in their 40s really start to get taller.
I was explaining puberty to my son last night. I said, yeah, you start getting like hair in your legs, hair in your nether regions, beard, Jackson notwithstanding.
Right.
Dad, what about Jackson? Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, we were watching highlights of some golf, and he said, oh, Justin Rose, that's Jackson. He sees Justin Rose and you.
That's right, always in the top 10. Rarely winning, but always in the top 10.
He's a gold medalist.
Yeah, working. Yeah, and a Patriot, yeah.
Oh, he's English.
English Patriot.
Top 10 pays
He
well.
and Mark Morrison.
Right.
Some of our favorite,
King.
some of our favorite Brits that own Burger King.
The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and the olds love it. You're welcome to text in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you got this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where Fonzie's back in there. Doug Will Henry Winkler's in there talking it over with Jake Reynolds and the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer and Rick Majerus' towel.
What do you do with that towel?
Well, I was just going to say, whatever we do, let's not dig too deep on that one.
All right.
He was known to walk around in a towel.
Oh.
Sometimes he even kept it on.
Chairman Kurt, I see, is in the YouTube chat, too. Good info. Thanks. We'll have to go check out the scene, is what Chairman Kurt wrote. Doug, what do you think Chairman Kurt's talking about?
Well, I don't know what scene he's mentioning here.
Wheelhouse bottle service.
Oh, okay.
That's my guess.
Well, he leads a wild singles Playboy-type lifestyle that the rest of us don't.
We live vicariously through Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wheelhouse, not much my scene anymore, Doug. We were talking about Bar K.
Bar K. Where would that be?
Get it, Doug? Bar K.
Nice, Martin.
Spells bark.
Okay.
I believe it's in the Shaw neighborhood, a little dog park. It's a hotbed of singles action, I've heard.
Is it really?
I haven't been, but I would think it would be a nice place to maybe,
See what the word is.
Yeah.
Always be looking for the word and then find out what the word is.
Any slime balls out there borrowing a dog just to go?
Eddie Murphy did that in Boomerang. Was that 91? And was that with Layla Rashawn?
I don't know who was in the picture.
And then he fell for Halle Berry, but he liked Robin Givens more. Am I correct on that?
I just
and then
don't
he
know.
went back to Halle Berry. Spoiler.
Tim, was that after Robin Gibbons was married to Mike Tyson or before?
I'm going to say...
Got him, Doug.
I'm going to say after, but man, that's putting the man to the test. You're
Didn't
right.
their marriage to Mike Tyson unravel after an uncomfortable interview on TV where...
Yeah, I think it was on the Fan Show, right?
No.
From the Stratford and Mike Tyson. I think he might have been on satellite.
It was a big one. It was Oprah or Barbara Walters or one of those big network TV shows where she talked about Tyson beating her in the interview.
I was going to lead with the Cardinals, but then we got into Mike Tyson over at the Stratford and Boomerang from 1991. But I guess the lead is Sharon's Power.
She doesn't have it still?
In Palm Springs. Last time I was there, I went home with a guy named Jose.
It says, morning, guys. I know you and the listeners are concerned, so I thought I'd update that power did come back on last night at 8:30. Therefore, the shed is functioning again and life is normal. Green Acres in the 63105 up and running again. That's Sharon, and she says she's now in the shed. She's no longer Sharon in Clayton. She's Sharon in the shed.
Okay. Well, I'm happy that the power came back on. Now, when she says a shed, is that just a slang for her mansion, or is she really living in the tool shed in the backyard?
She did reveal that she had some kind of shed that was a fortress, I guess. She wasn't able to get into with the power out. So it sounds like there's two different compounds on this property in 63105.
So. Yeah.
Nasty storm late last night.
I'm telling you, power went out. Did you have power out?
Did not. But I was trying to decide when to leave the 2 Fox. And the storms were a little south. I heard him say Sunset Hills area. I was worried about Doug.
You all right, Doug, over there?
Fine.
Everything's fine.
Went to the basement, watched TV down there for about an hour, and then went back up.
Heard Dave Murray on the Mighty Mox late night, and he said it's south, but it's moving north. I'm like, what do you do? What do you do? Can't spend the night at the Two Fox, and I ended up doing like the 4 a.m. show. Another opportunity. Hey, you're here. Why don't you do a couple of sports hits?
Great exposure. We just got done watching. I got an official recommendation for the audience, just like the Cubs White Sox over on Friday, which hopefully doubled your bankroll. And the program is American Manhunt, Osama bin Laden. Just kind of snuck up on. You watched it, Chairman?
No, but I saw that. It's Netflix, right?
Netflix.
Yeah, I saw that pop up. I put it in my queue, but I haven't watched it yet.
Holy crap.
I love that
I
kind
hadn't
of
heard
stuff.
about it. And so my wife and I were watching it. We just got done. It's a 3-part
Documentary?
It is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not like
I'm
guys,
in.
you know, like Bill is playing Osama bin Laden.
Bill Pullman, Bill Paxton, one of those guys. One of them still alive.
That's right. And we were watching that, and holy crap, major recommendation. I mean, it was outstanding. Doug, I think that's the kind of thing you like.
I think I would.
I think you'd enjoy
Yeah,
it.
I think
so
I would.
there's my Netflix recommendation if the Cardinals experience another weather delay tonight for you.
Huh. All right. Well,
Really well done.
okay.
Really, really
I'll
well
try
done.
to watch it.
What's it called?
That
I'm
sounds
going to
good.
write this down.
American Manhunt, Osama bin Laden. I just hadn't heard about it going in, and Netflix, whatever new episodes. I'm like, what the hell is this? Riz was recommending to me The Untold of the Liver King, which I have not watched yet, and the bin Laden thing was outstanding. So I like to recommend things when I find them to the audience, whether it be podcasts or programs. So American Manhunt, Osama bin Laden, that's what we're watching following what was a Jim Dandy, Doug, down at Busch Stadium, and the Cardinals are now within one game of those Chicago Cubs, who were vanquished last night at the hands of nobody's playing better than the Marlins.
2 outs in the ninth.
Yeah.
Had nobody on.
Cardinals continue to look like a serious contender. Over the last 2 or 3 weeks, I don't think you can question that. The starting pitching has just been outstanding, and it was again last night. Sonny Gray, 6 innings, 10 strikeouts, no runs. Can't pitch any better than that. And then put the bats together after 2 quiet days in Kansas City, but they just really look good. And the fans showed up in a little bit bigger numbers last night. Not great, but better than what it has been, especially when the forecast was not too favorable.
24,817. Martin, you bet a third of your bankroll on the under. Doug, you bet 50% of your bankroll on the over, and then you were attacked for being a homer in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
I was.
The over-under was 28,000. The number came in at 24,817.
And Tim's only chance to win was if it was exactly
28,000.
You were in kind of a tough spot.
That's exactly right. But, I like the value plays. But nonetheless, Sonny Gray, 10 Ks. How about that? That's a clinic.
And that's a good Tigers team. The lineup doesn't look very imposing because of a lot of guys you haven't heard of unless you follow the game very closely.
And 3 of them are on the Southside Seaman, so you know that they got to be good. Southside Seaman doesn't just hand out
I
contracts.
don't know. I don't know about that necessarily, but the Tigers are a good team. Today's going to be tough, facing Skubals, one of the best pitchers in baseball. Today will be a tough one to win.
Yvonne Herrera last night went 2 for 5, and his average dropped. 2 for 5.
The man's hitting 426.
Nolan Arenado hit 6, and it was his idea, apparently.
I really, Doug, do you mind if I doff my cap
I
to
guess
him?
you can, sure.
He's probably watching on the YouTube.
I know he watches. I think he's in there as the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer. That's what I understand he posts as in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. But what he was saying pregame, it was very, just direct, and I tip my cap to it. I saw John Denton, who we have had on the program, talking with him about it pregame. Very, very straightforward. He was asked about being moved down to number 6 in the lineup, play more the way I think I'm capable of, but it's been a minute since I felt I could play the way I should, so I don't know if it's coming back. But when asked about how he moved down in the lineup, we switched the lineup because the guys are playing well in front of me and the guys were hitting behind me and they should move up. There's really nothing more to it than that. Yeah, that's it. Now, I recall this is a long time ago, but La Russa had a tough time moving McGuire down in the lineup, but it was clear he was about done in 2001. But when he did, the team took off. I don't think Arenado is at that McGuire point. But, yeah, It's something that we had discussed on the show. I know a lot of other fans were talking about it, especially with the way Herrera's been hitting. And they make what is a straightforward move, and Arenado has zero problem with it. Plus, last night, Martin, as you observe behavioral patterns, the Cardinals got a run because he busted his ass down the first baseline, and they didn't double him up.
Well, I love the fact that he makes that move because he said all he cares about is winning. He said that repeatedly, just wants to win. And that's a guy who wants to win, who says, I don't care about, it looks bad, right? If you're a proud veteran saying, I'm getting bumped down in the lineup. But that backs up the fact that he's just trying to win. And you got 16 hits out of that lineup.
Maybe take a little heat off him, backing up in the lineup a little bit. He and Contreras both had chances to win a couple of games recently with runners in scoring position late in the game. Neither one of them came through. So that's a high-pressure spot to hit 4 or 5 RBI spots. And if you're not hitting, it can hurt the team. So maybe you'll get it figured out here in the 6 hole. I call it the 6 hole.
I don't understand.
I don't really get it either with holes, but they always say we want
Hear
damage
that on
in the
Friday at about 8:56.
We want damage.
That's a nice hole, Bill.
We want damage in the 2 hole.
Arenado needs the TMA bump like many of his friends have gotten. Plant the seed, Papers.
Oh.
That's from the co-founder of Fairmount Parks Players Club. Martin, has Arenado indicated that he would like to come on the program?
Not of late. Sometimes, though, you can use a supporting producer. I feel like Matt Holliday
That's a nice strategy.
He could inform Nato, hey, if you want a TMA bump. I mean, look at Burleson. Look at Vic Scott's season.
Yep.
And that's called a supporting producer?
Yeah.
Okay. Matt Holliday, supporting producer.
Licks call in so that Holliday gets mad, and then we'll say we'll dump Licks if you call Nato.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just put a little plan together.
Okay.
Let's call in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines.
He's probably going to have thoughts and prayers for people whose patio furniture tipped over, if I had to guess.
Here is the Cardinal manager on Sonny Gray's performance. Keep in mind, he had a rough one last time out, so goes up against another good lineup after getting raked by Philadelphia, and clearly he bounced back.
Yeah, it's a good lineup across the way. They've done a nice job offensively all year. So he did a phenomenal job. Had everything working for him. Was able to use the sinker enough to keep them off the fastball, beat a couple guys with 2 strikes, and then leaned on spin to get the rest of his strikeouts. But overall, just did a really, really nice job. Was on the attack the whole time. And when you have an outing like his last one, that's what really good pitchers do, right? That's what allows you to stay in the league for as long as he has. You bounce back and you shove, and that's exactly what he did.
Doug, you like the term shove?
I just like the bat on ball there at the end. I don't really hear anything else. I'm waiting for that.
He was cruising last night, man. I thought if it wasn't for that rain delay, that might have been a Bob Gibson-esque kind of no sweat kind of game.
Tam Avenue Capital Partners, Martin, and thank you for wiring that money over for the cash call. We had a couple.
Felt necessary.
We had a couple bills we needed to pay over at that Cracker Barrel near the Arnold Water Tower, where I meet the kid from Fox who runs the book. And I thought to myself, well, we're flush with cash now. We have $54 in the account. Do we take that, knowing that there's storms coming, and these boys get together and go, let's get this thing moving so we don't run into some rain delays, and shove on the under?
Okay.
And fortunately, the Tam Avenue Capital Partners on NASDAQ at TACP, that's right, faded the under, and we were handsomely rewarded for the fade, just because we didn't lose any money, which in our world is a win.
Sure.
And the two teams combined for 15 runs, Cardinals with 11 of those, and the Tigers didn't get any until the 8th and 9th innings. So the thought process that they might just pick it up because a storm was a-coming, that didn't happen, and the boys were raking all kinds of big numbers offensively for the Cardinals. Brendan Donovan now 7 hits in his last 2 games. Mason Wynn with a couple of hits. Nootbaar with a couple of hits. And Herrera just continues to rake. Martin, you were making the observation his batting average went down because he was 2 for 5, and now he's down to 426. And Alec Burleson, which will be a selling point for supporting producer Matt Holliday, continues to surge after appearing on this program. And maybe Matt will want to point this out. Doug's team, Martin, I know you monitor our TMA Fantasy Baseball League, the Prime Ministers picked up Alec Burleson.
Sure.
Because Doug knew once he appeared on the program, he was about to surge.
Yeah, I was in the clubhouse at about 2:45 yesterday, and Burleson said, I see Doug poached me off the wires.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
I'm sure they
got
pay
poached.
very close attention to what people do with their fantasy teams.
I wish I can't remember what reporter from what outlet said it, but it was Steven Jackson at Rams Park, and the reporter said, I just picked you up on my fantasy team.
Oh, no.
And I just was like, oh, good guy. He's like, really?
TV?
He's like, okay, good, man. All right, hopefully it works out. Or something just unbelievably awkward. I think that might be grounds for a credential removal.
I think it is. Yeah.
I just don't think he can ever do that.
God, how much do you think they hear that everywhere they go? I got you on my fantasy team. Stop it. I'm sure they hear that everywhere they go.
Just shopping at the store.
Remember one year Wainwright was upset because he wasn't predicted to be a first-round pick in fantasy baseball. Remember that?
Really?
I don't remember that.
He was, joking about it, but he had a comment about it. Said, I'll show you I'm a first-rounder.
Jack's great hoodie. That's from Jake in St. Jen.
Oh, thanks.
If I'm not mistaken, yesterday, Martin, I know you like to listen to the program when you leave, but they play it in the background during onboarding. Jake in St. Jen is not happy that you don't stay for the 10 o'clock hour, and I don't know if you want to talk it over with Jake in St. Jen, and that's STE. St. Jen. That's the abbreviation on St. Jen. And I don't know if that's St. Genevieve Dubois.
Is that wine country? Oh, it could be over there in Warson Woods, you're saying.
That's correct.
That's St.
And
Jen.
if we talk about Warson Woods enough, I think Mr. Licks will call in, which then Matt Holliday will text you, which will lead to Nolan Arenado on the program.
It's going to be a big show.
And we'll probably just talk golf the whole time because that man is golf obsessed.
And there's some, if I'm not mistaken, some chatter that the Ladue people want to turn Warson Woods into a recreational lake?
Lake. They want to flood Warson Woods and then turn it into a place where they can fish.
Okay. You think the people would fight that, the current Warson Woods villagers?
We're having a town hall tonight. It's a big topic of discussion.
Let's see. A lot of activity in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and it's wonderful to see friends gather. Jackson, what can you tell the people's coming up on this Stiefel dossier?
Quality program.
Is it really? Okay.
If we don't have guests, I don't know what to say when asked
No,
that.
sell it.
Sell what?
What? It.
We're going to talk?
Well,
like we
look,
always
Cardinals
do?
Corner looks like to me, and you know what I think would be good for the show, and I think a lot of people are interested right now. We'll have some Yoff talk. We got Matthew Tkachuk ready to go for another cup tonight. And how about this Juan Soto saga? If we have time, we'll get to that. And, it's a 4-hour show. We'll clear the deck probably in the 9 o'clock hour. And how about this media feud brewing with Ryan Clark and RGIII? All of that coming up if there's time.
I think
well done.
that was well done. I think you weren't here for both Jake and St. Jen, criticism of you not being here in the 10 o'clock hour, but also what was labeled as Grifter's Paradise. That was segment 9-1 in the Stiefel dossier. And I circled back to it in the 10 o'clock hour because we didn't get to it in the 9 o'clock hour. And it was about Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark Twitter takes. Is that what it's essentially about?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And now those Twitter takes have led to Ryan Clark and RG3 scrapping and Ryan Clark attacking RG3's wife.
Right. And this is
Now,
all.
don't we live by the mafia code that we leave the wives and children out of it? Isn't that kind of
Apparently
standard?
some do not, yeah.
Yeah. Verbal fight. Yeah, verbal scrapping. I don't think that these two will get in the squared circle by any means. Who would you take? That's the real question. But, there's some beef going on. Summer
going on, Tim.
Well, summer is the time for a sports media beef.
Oh, is that because it's a slow time?
It's a great time to,
Beef
start
it out.
poking the bear a little bit. Yeah, it's
And is it still grifting?
Oh yeah. I mean, again, this is a body of work kind of grift.
Is it fair to lump without? We'll get into all of it, but first I got to get this off my chest. Is it possible both Ryan Clark and RG3 enjoy attention?
Yes.
Is it possible, based on their body of work and wardrobe, that they? I'm saying that because of
The
Ryan
brooch.
Clark always has an RC.
Sometimes he wears two
Brooch.
different suits on one half is one
Correct.
suit, one half is the other.
And then RG3, who doesn't work at ESPN anymore. Some of the shrapnel I saw was Ryan Clark said, "Bro, I defended you on Monday Night Football and you were terrible."
So this is going back and forth on the Twitter tweets?
Yes.
Is that what okay?
And I saw RG3.
But I thought he said he did an interview about it.
I think they posted videos of themselves talking. which again,
why did we choose
again,
this?
you should see RG3 responded also, not just a video, but also a written form. It's a 2-page tweet. It's the
thread.
Declaration of Independence was more brief.
And this would fall under the umbrella of grifter's paradise.
I think that Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese is the griftiest topic you can possibly, making it a much bigger deal than it ever is grifty.
Is it
And
a
then I
cheap
guess
pop on
anything-
top of it? Can it be grifty and a cheap pop?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
You're you're going to get some likes, like bait.
I would say a cheap pop is your main artillery if you're looking to grift.
Doug, follow that for me. A cheap pop is your main artillery if you're looking to
If
grift.
you're just looking to
I
grab.
agree with that.
That's a nice T-shirt. Wouldn't you think that would have some traction?
Very similar to some people like things. So to that, I would say that it's anything following it is then just kind of continuing on. But the main thing is anytime you're talking Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and making it a really big deal, that is where it gets grifty.
Okay. Well, we'll keep that in mind as we grift ourselves.
Yeah, that's a C block topic.
Well, it's all coming up in addition to your phone calls that are always welcome.
Always.
That's exactly right. The number is 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, at 10:50, it's become Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio's playground. He is on a heater that we have not seen. Doug was saying it reminded him of Tiger in 2000. I don't know who's going to stop him. I think JV golf coach has the game to do it. I think Buck Swope has the game to do it. I think the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has the game to do it. But right now, it doesn't matter how well they play because Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio is just really playing some of the best we've seen. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com if you want to compete for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Storms in the area last night. Storms expected to be in the area again today. And then, Doug, I've got a problem with the highs in the mid-60s starting on Thursday through Monday for Memorial Day weekend. That makes me want to fight.
Little chilly. But as long as we can do away with the storms, I'll take that at this
Well,
point.
unfortunately, there's storms in the forecast.
I
over
don't
the
like
weekend,
that.
too. Maybe it'll change, but either way, it's going to cool off with highs in the mid-60s. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We welcome you to become a client as well of the longest-running sponsor on TMA going back 10 years. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email of the day. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Croup, and this is 101 ESPN.
chasing when this dude be bussin'. Opposing pitcher's gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man child could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy. Always making the B-fib happy. Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk. Always line drives, never in a funk. Look out now, the bird's gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon.
It's the pontoon thing. I'm comfortable with that.
Why? It's October. It's a good day for a pontooner.
It's TMA, and the show is presented by Brown and Crouppen, and we welcome you to participate in so many different ways. We've got this Air Comfort Service text inbox, which is open for business at 314-399-9646. And in 11 days, Jackson will give you a text name if you want one, and you currently do not have one. As I'm looking at the texts that are sent in, though, right now, about 90% have their names. So, Jackson, maybe your task will be shortened.
Yeah, hope so. But I want as many people, new listeners, old listeners who want to change their name, stay involved, We like, our fans, our listeners are often more creative than
I don't know
we
if I'd
are.
use the term fans.
No,
so
because
much
most
as
of them
people
hate
who
us.
text
Right, it's true. Yeah.
Our detractors.
fans that
detractors
boo-
and fans alike.
The fans that like to boo us.
Sure. Right.
They'll be on their pontoons?
Yeah.
Miles
Some
Michaels
of them
had a
probably will.
pontoon.
Really?
Yeah, he said that on the show.
Is a pontoon? That's just like a flat boat, right?
You don't know what a pontoon is?
Well, I've been
Jackson
on one.
got a cigarette boat for Memorial Day this weekend, and he's really pissed about the forecast.
Right.
It's like a flat
22%
party boat.
interest
If you're
rate.
not going to go too fast, it's
Yeah, right.
think
I've been on
fish
one. I just didn't know if it was like the flatness that made it a pontoon.
no. I think it's the pontoons under the boat that hold it.
Ah, okay, fair. I told you I'm not a nautical guy.
It's a very comfortable ride.
It is it's a nice little
And they've
ride.
kinda
That's where we're going to be in October.
I think they've, souped them up a little bit over the years. They've got a little more juice to them.
You can pull a skier.
Yeah, in the
Yeah, I was
old
gonna
days,
say. I feel like I've gone tubing behind a pontoon before.
it's kind of good, like when your aunt and uncle are visiting, and then your great aunt and uncle are visiting. You want to just take like 8 people for
Yeah,
a
you got to leave
ride.
the cigarette boat over there by Margaritaville.
Right.
Smoother ride. It's not so choppy.
Take some soggy deli sandwiches.
That's the one I almost drove straight into the bottom of Lake of the Ozarks.
What do you mean? What happened?
I was steering the pontoon boat that we had rented, and right out of the blue, we nosedived straight down into the water.
Did you start screaming we're going down?
Yeah, I did.
Mayday.
It was straight down. The water got about halfway up the boat, and I'm thinking, we're really going to have to swim to shore.
Not to mention lose the deposit on that
And
boat.
everyone's panicking, and then just as quickly as we went straight down, it popped right back up like nothing had ever happened.
And then there was fine the rest of the ride.
Everything's fine.
Very odd.
It's like we hit the Bermuda Triangle, the Lake of the Ozarks.
Doug, I don't know if you saw it, but it's wonderful. I personally, I'm flattered. Some of the TMA listeners are trying to get us to declare war on the Cardinals for not getting credit. But Jackson, you said we have a dry beak.
Bone dry.
The Cardinals now officially are doing a Youngry social media campaign.
Are they really?
They are indeed. Now, Victor Scott has his own, and he spells it Yungry. The Cardinal social media campaign is Youngry.
And what's our patent?
Okay.
And we acquired a trademark for both of them.
Yeah. Right.
Both of them. So that's
Prudent
going to be
move.
No, it was we saw this team soaring coming, and the Cardinals getting on board with Victor Scott accidentally stumbling over Young and Hungry while he was on our program, and it becoming the battle cry for the 2025 Cardinals, and that's why we have the trademark. So that's going to be fun.
It's a nice little hybrid word. I'm surprised no one came up with it before.
Well, they did. Was it the 2011 Buccaneers?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Derek Gould of the Post-Dispatch was interacting with some listeners, and Josh Bob Bill. And didn't he live in an apartment building
Yeah.
with Keisha Gray in Tampa?
Yes.
Am
He
I
called
right?
in. I remember that vividly.
Yeah. Says needs to be a credit to TMA STL. And then a gentleman posted a link to a story from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 2011, and they were calling themselves Youngry.
The hell with them. It's our word. Now it's
We
the
have the
Cardinals'
trademark.
word. Well, we should have.
What?
Who cares?
There's Keisha Kramer.
We got some merch on the market there.
You think
we
we
just
should-
didn't know in February that the Cardinal team would be a contender.
You think we should also patent YNGY in case we do an initial coin offering?
bad idea.
Youngry coin.
That's not bad at all.
Will there be a coin offering?
Yeah.
Like Krugerrands, that kind of thing?
No, more like Bitcoin, like crypto.
Oh.
Talking crypto. Not like the things at the train station where you put a penny in there and it flattens it out.
Guys, there's a TV commercial on FanDuel Sports Midwest, and it features players flapping their arms on base before the Youngry Bird slogan. That's from Brad, and he's in Boca.
That was a tweet they sent out last night. That was
That's the social media campaign. Hey, God bless.
For sure.
You know, Doug, at this point, we have all the money we need.
Well, that's for sure. I know I do.
And this is just for fun.
Yeah, everything we do here is just for fun.
It's a public service.
Getting work in.
I've seen the evolution of Youngry, where I feel like Victor Scott thought it was kind of funny and got a little play. And then I think a few weeks in, he was like, okay. Like, I think he was sick of it.
We played the song for him. He clearly did not like it, but was polite about it.
Right.
But I think even interviews early on, would you say this team is Youngry? He's like, yeah. Because like everything, the media ruined it.
Right.
They just beat it into the ground. And I'm being serious. You heard it every interview that I was around. Hey, Vic, you guys playing some Youngry ball? Yeah, we're kind of young. Yeah, I get it. And then it kind of died down a little bit. The team started playing well, and I think he was like, that's my thing. I better own this before somebody else does. And now here we are.
As you look at the roster, they're really not that Youngry. I mean, that young.
What about the rotation?
The rotation is a bunch of guys in their 30s, with the exception of Liberatore. I guess Palante, too. But even those guys are mid to late 20s, right?
What are you trying to say?
Arenado's mid-30s. Contreras is well into his 30s.
Newt and Donovan are not real young, baseball terms.
Yeah, a lot of them are just right in their prime.
So they're
We're primary.
primary.
They would be more Youngry if Walker and Gorman were a bigger part of what's going on, I guess.
Walks with a big hit last
He
night.
did. He had a little rake. Home run in some ballparks, I would imagine.
11 to 30. It was a home run in 11 to 30 ballparks.
Oh, wow. You had that knowledge.
Yeah, I have a little
Doff my cap.
I have a little by the numbers little panel here on
Little
the
Biden numbers, he calls himself now.
Stiefel dossier. I have a bunch of that. I looked as soon as he hit it. Donovan's double right before the rain delay would also have been gone 11 to 30 ballparks, but he hit it. I was like,
Southside Seaman, Doug.
man, that was hit deep. And so I looked. Yeah, Statcast says 11 to 30 ballparks it would have been gone in.
I'm old and not hungry, so F off. That's from Chairman Steve in
Gosh.
Wildwood.
So all of us were just supposed to stop talking, I guess? Is that the message there?
I think they're young in baseball terms. Like, there's not a lot. How many baseball players are out there at 20 years old? Very few.
Not many at 20. Do the Cardinals have any at 20?
No, but Walker and Wynn being sub 23, Herrera's 24, Vic's 24.
Youngry, bro.
That's young in baseball. That's really young.
Yeah, it
Mr.
is.
Siders is not happy with you, Martin, but he's usually not happy with any of us. Martin, you guys didn't beat Youngry into the ground also, just everyone else? It's Mr. Siders, critical of Jackson's 7-iron distance.
I honestly
Gorman
tried to
got his
avoid
eye
it.
back.
Early on, I was kind of over it. I'm talking about every interview he did, it would come up. Would you say you're Youngry? And he's like, So no, Siders, we did not beat it into the ground. But thanks for asking. I'll take more questions.
Had the best omasque of my life last night in West Village. That's from Mr. Licks, who, Martin, you want him to call in so Matt Holiday will get irritated and then text you, and then he'll contact Owen Arenado to come on the show.
To get the TMA bump.
That's right.
What did he have? Omasque?
Gotta look that up.
Omakase.
Well,
is
he
that?
spelt it different. Omakase?
Omakase.
Doug, I'm a meat and potatoes
Me too. I
South
had-
City guy.
I had
so
chicken
I'm
strips
looking
last
this up. It's not like I know this. It's a Japanese dining experience where diners entrust the chef to select and prepare their meal, often with seasonal and unique ingredients. So, like a chef, probably a sushi chef, is like making, like knowing, like, I trust you, bro. You know,
That's what you
order it.
say to the
Yeah.
sushi.
light it up, brother.
Light it up, brother.
Yeah.
Miles Michaelis came on this show, and he wasn't
He's been pitching out a clinic.
right, and so he got the bump. Burley got the bump, kind of in advance. He knew he was going to be on, so he had 4 RBIs the night before. Vic Scott, friend of the show. I think the TMA bump just is kind of an overreaching bump. Even Mazalok, friend of the show back in February. Look at what's happening now.
I love how Doug, Mr. Tim, and Mr. Martin go through the ages of the players, pointing out how they're old in baseball terms. And then minutes later, the Pringle pops in with a take from the opposite side. What a show. Youngry, on my face, Doug. Thanks, and hashtag free perk.
See, this
from
is
Brian Henshin, who's covering the Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark story.
No, he's covering a bunch of high school lacrosse, and this is why, with tweets like that, texts like that.
Cardinals are tied for the third oldest team by average age.
Youngry.
Third oldest?
Correct.
Probably got some anchors in there that
I don't doubt
swaying
it.
it.
They have a couple of really young players, but most of them are in their prime or in their 30s.
Yeah, you're right.
Guys, Sushi Nakazawa was the place if anyone was to try it out in the city. That's from Mr. Licks.
I don't think so.
I know a third of our listeners are in New York City.
Yeah.
Mainly lower Manhattan. Just the trendiness of it.
we
And
used to
also
sell-
financial guys.
I used to sell a lot of bed sheets in a place in Brooklyn.
Correct. That's correct. So if you're in the area, you can join Licks for dinner. I trust the gal at the Burger King drive-thru more than I trust Licks. That's from the Total Package.
I don't think you can go to a fast food restaurant and tell the chef, light it up, brother.
Light it up.
He's already lighting it up.
brother.
Fast food drive-thru, they're already lighting it up.
Yeah, they got you.
Hindsight's dumb, but I can't help but feel that the team would be back on the 3 million B-fibs in the stadium train if Contreras was the DH and Goldschmidt with a torpedo bat was playing first base. That's from Kevin's brother Jack, and then his last name is Demo.
I just disagree.
Yeah. Because they were hurting last year and they had that combination, right?
Yeah, well, and then we're like, if you're
Herrera.
where's Herrera, who's hitting 450 since he came back?
He has to play every night.
has to.
I think one of my favorite plays was Wynn scoring on the Herrera ground out.
Yeah.
He would have broke his hand if he wasn't wearing that oven mitt.
That oven mitt, which looked
Well,
ridiculous.
1985 Cardinal baseball. Heck of a year. Gussie Busch, think about it.
Slammed his hand into that catcher's foot, but that was awesome. That was a great play.
There was a bunch of hot, hungry dads at the new Crestwood Andes this weekend. Thanks. That's from the Crestwood Coyote.
Yeah, I see that's open now.
And you saw the hot, hungry dads?
I saw hungry people lined up outside. I don't know.
That's a good name for a restaurant, though. Hot, hungry dads.
Guys, I found out that Licks is the finance intern for a 50c3 for Deloitte. Thanks. That's from Wedding Tackle. So I guess he's up there on his internship.
Well, he's getting started.
I like how the listeners now attacking each other instead of us. I support that.
Text warfare.
By the way, Goldie's hitting 339.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's
5
having a great
homers,
season.
25 ribs.
Hitters Park, hitters all around him. Probably excited to be on a really good team. Found it again.
So is it going to be, are we going to boo him when the Cardinals and Yankees
No.
play at the end of October?
What would you boo?
Because he's
What an
not here
MVP
anymore.
here. He gave everything he had here.
Let's see. Are they going? I don't know if they're going to Yankee Stadium this year or
No.
Yankees coming here.
No, they'll both.
It was a
be
World
playing.
Series
It's a World
reference.
Series.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like
God,
facing
man,
Berube.
you're going to be on your
Blues.
pontoon.
You're right. I will be on my pontoon, but certainly they're playing the Yankees.
I like the fact in last night's game, the only pitcher who did not give up a hit was Tomas Nido, the Tigers catcher. It looked like he was throwing about 50 miles an hour.
I think they're ready to shut it down.
And the only guy who reached base was Wynn, who got hit in the head with a pitch, and it didn't hurt.
Poor John Brevia got talk about light it up,
Oh,
brother.
he did.
He got lit up
Forgot
after
he was
that
still
delay.
in the league.
Oh, Pies
God
took him
bless him.
downtown.
But when you're used to facing mid-90s and above, and somebody comes in just lobbing the ball in with a little humpback to it, it's not that easy to hit.
And that was Pascal Perez. He used the Ephus pitch.
Yeah.
Dave
He's-
LaRoche, remember that? He made his whole career just lobbing it in, and these guys would swing so damn hard. It's like they were playing wiffle ball.
They threw a few of those to McGuire when he was hitting his home runs. Remember that?
Had a little stutter step on the batting stance when those would come in.
Ted Williams faced some of those pitches,
Goldie
too.
and the Yanks will be here August 15th, 16th, and 17th, a weekend series. Good pontoon weather.
I believe the last time the Yankees came to town,
You
the
gonna see
Cardinals
the-
set their attendance record in Busch Stadium 3. That was right after the Jordan Montgomery trade. That was right after the deadline. The Cardinals swept the Yankees, and
That's the last time the Yankees were here in 2022?
I thought were they?
I'm going to bet against that.
Well, they couldn't have. They weren't here last year, were they? Yankees Cardinals 2024. No, that was in Yankee Stadium 2023. They came to town. My apologies.
What? What year?
In 2023, the Yankees came to Busch Stadium, and the Cardinals took 2 of 3.
Yeah.
And what was a heck of a year?
But the Montgomery game was in 2022.
2022. My apologies. That was the first year that they did the
Doug,
expanded.
is that apology good enough, or would you like to go on Twitter and
I'm gonna let
demand
it
from your
go.
burner accounts that he apologize more?
Didn't the Cardinals sweep the Yankees in that series?
In 2022, they did. It was right after the trade deadline.
That's right.
And that they set their Busch Stadium 3 attendance record,
Yeah.
I believe, in the Saturday game, which was a 1-0 Cardinal win.
Where
All right, I'm getting
Jackson is
confused.
apologizing is that he said that's the last time the Yankees were here.
Right.
And a lot of people are offended by that.
I would
And so
step away
Jackson is
from-
sending out a tweet to apologize, and that apology will be well received.
It will. I think so. Jordan Montgomery had pitched 5 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs that game.
Nelly tossed to Jim Dandy. Mr. Licks has responded to the criticism that he is an intern for 50C3 for Deloitte. He says, I don't really get bothered by criticism from people who are salaried. That's from Mr. Licks. As he's made it clear, he's more of a K1 guy.
Okay. Never criticize someone on a salary.
No. He doesn't care about the criticism from people who are on a salary.
It's meaningless.
Right.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hey, Sharon, how does it feel to be staying at a hotel that's nicer than your house? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
They're really sniping at one another today.
Doug, you're going to have a hit on your hands here.
What kind of criticism is that? Aren't most hotels nicer than most houses?
You ever stay at the Court of Courts?
No.
Is that in Shrewsbury?
Marlboro, I think. So the awesome thing was after you got done with you could just walk up the block to Marlboro Lanes and roll a few.
Roll a line.
That's a rough name for a town, I got to be honest.
Hey, where'd you go to high school? Marlboro.
Sounds
don't have a
real,
high school.
real smoky.
It's like 2,000 people or so, 2,500, I think.
It's right next to Shrewsbury, right? Like
Yes.
between Afton.
Where would that fall? What would their high school be if you grew up in Marlboro,
Afton?
Doug? Maybe.
Probably Afton. Yeah.
Marlboro, call in.
Because it's real close to Tower T, and that's Afton.
Yeah, for sure.
You guys ever go to Wood River and bought a ride with a gal that was on a 9-day meth tweak? Get ready to live. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. So people are talking about things they like to do. Licks likes to dine on wonderful Japanese food in New York City, and the recovering alcoholic likes to go over and meet up with meth heads in Wood River. So it gets kind of a wide delta on the audience.
I don't think I've ever been to Wood River.
Why, that just again shows your
Is that by
elitism.
Granite City?
My dad used to coach basketball in Wood River.
Did he? Mm-hmm. For the high school there.
Yeah, high school or middle school, yeah. I think
Licks isn't salaried. Caddies get paid cash after the daily loop. That's from the 636.
that's not nice.
Daily Loop.
You're welcome to send in your insults, whether directed at us or other listeners. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. That is where you can participate in said program. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. If you are in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, you want somebody who is local, somebody who has been in this market going back to 1979. That's when Brown and Crouppen was founded, and that is where they are still doing business right here in the St. Louis area with beautiful new offices on the Hill in the city of St. Louis. We will have Ed Hermann in, I think. Is that correct, according to the Stiefel dossier?
Yes,
coming up?
and his son Brody.
Coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Ed Hermann, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen. Now longtime sponsors of TMA as the presenting sponsor. It's Brown and Crouppen. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. I got some audio from Bob Costas buying into the Cardinals. We'll have that for you coming up. And Jackson, we also have Continental Yoff Talk with Matthew Tkachuk coming your way. That's coming up here on TMA. It's presented to you by Brian and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals win again last night, defeating the Tigers. They're back in action tonight against Detroit. 6:45 first pitch. Eric Fetty on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. 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 Bring it to the loop.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you, and Bob Costas and Will Leach on MLB Now. Are they buying into the Cardinals, who, Doug, you say are ready to soar?
They're soaring right now.
Here is Bob Costas and Will Leach.
There's a general feeling now with winning now and only 2 games out of first place, that can change quickly because at the heart of it, those longtime Cardinal fans who are among the most knowledgeable and yet good-natured and passionate at the same time in all of baseball, they're still there if they can re-engage. But there was a feeling, as Will alluded to during the offseason, somehow they're not trying that hard, and that the team didn't until recently have any kind of verve about them. It seemed flat.
Yeah, and they're in a period of transition. Bloom's taking over next year. They're kind of like staying put, but fans can't help but react to that.
But here's the other thing, statistically. Yes. They've drawn $3 million a year every year since the Herzog days in the 80s. The projection this year is $2.3 million, which would be fine for some teams, but that's a significant fall-off. It may change if they stay in contention. You can take a different approach in either Central Division. We've talked about this before. With the exception of the Cubs, there's no Central Division team, American League or National League, in the top half of the 30 payrolls.
I think that, but also you can only do that when you've actually had some disappointments like the Cardinals have had the last couple years and say, we're retooling, we're trusting our young players, rather than next year they'll be expected to go get something.
Yeah, I don't... It's work. I know what you people want. I thought you were the best fans in baseball.
We are. We are.
I didn't.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy. I think Doug might have a thought.
I didn't like the fade out while they were still talking, and then the ash to agate.
They weren't talking, they were laughing.
Okay.
I don't know.
You know, the Cardinals their record is only 2 games worse than the Dodgers, who we thought was the best team put together in recent years.
They just got swept by the Angels.
Yeah, the Dodgers only have 2
It's a
more
long
wins than the
season.
Cardinals.
Weird stuff's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of revisionist history going on with the recent run. Martin, was that an agreement nod? I couldn't tell. I'm trying to pick up involuntary reads here at the table, Doug.
I would say that was more of an accidental nod. I'm sorry. I apologize. What did you say?
There's some revisionist history going on. Because if you recall at the press conference where Chaim Bloom was escorted away like the president at the end of October, the team made it clear that they were not prioritizing winning. So this wasn't really like something that fans concocted on their own. And what was the top priority of the president of baseball operations? When asked, it's priority 1, 2, and 3. It was to trade away Nolan Arenado. So you can't blame fans for going, oh, they're not trying to win, because as they said, they're trying to allocate dollars to rebuild the pipeline of young players. If Wilson Contreras would have agreed to be moved, Wilson Contreras would not be in St. Louis. If Sonny Gray, he and his 10 strikeouts, would not have been in St. Louis if he would have been agreed to be traded. So it's wonderful that they've been playing this well. But I think it's important to not just get caught up and start revising what actually transpired.
They're an accidental success, would you say?
Yes, actually, I would.
Yeah. Because, and I think Bob alluded to fan frustration in the offseason. Well, they literally did nothing. No offense to Michael Hermann,
That's
friend
correct.
of the show.
He's no longer with the organization.
Went to the Rangers. They nabbed him. He
I'm not sure it
regrettably,
was the Rangers.
regrettably gave you an MIZ. He wasn't happy about it. Michael Hermann, friend of the show. They didn't do anything in the offseason. They gave fans no reason to think they were going for it in any way this year, other than to say, let's roll out this portion of the roster that's young and see how they do. That's really all they told you, which is, honesty in terms of rolling it out. But they tried to shed payroll, and a lot of the guys said no. Maybe Sonny Gray and Wilson Contreras evaluated this talent better than anyone else and said, I think we'll be good. Or they just said, I don't feel like moving. I make $20 million. I just don't want to move.
It could have been that.
Isn't it easy to stay in the playoff hunt when 60% of the teams are also not trying to win? That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, they've beaten some good teams here lately. They don't have to apologize for that. But,
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, apologize.
I mean, Kansas City's decent this year. They got like the best starting pitcher in baseball, I think. Philadelphia's good. Some of the other teams they've been beaten up, not so much. Washington, Pittsburgh. But they won a couple from the Mets. And they don't have to apologize for beating the schedule that's put in front of them. As far as the Arenado thing is, I wonder how much of a market there really is for him now at all. He's on the downward part of his career. His power numbers have gone way down. Defensively, he's not quite the player he once was. And he still makes a boatload of money. How many teams are looking to add that to the roster? Even the big money teams. Is he a whole lot better now than what they already have? I think they may not be able to move him at all.
Yeah, I would agree that at this point, the market, you could probably sell it in the offseason. Hey, he's due for a bounce-back year. But if you get off to a quiet start like he's done, I don't think that market suddenly develops. I think you're right.
He's 34 now, and the numbers are certainly heading in the wrong direction. And while he's still, he's a good player, he's not the superstar that he once was, and he makes superstar money. I'm just not sure if there's much of a market for that anywhere for that type of player.
I agree with you. I also think that if there's going to be a decision that the organization may have to make, should the team continue to play as well as they've been playing and be in the mix, whether it be for the division or a playoff spot, is the Helsley one. That's the one that would be intriguing, and the impact it would have both on the fan base if they were to trade him and also the current roster. Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, Doug, in response to you, says, I won't apologize because I'm not watching the games and I'm just guessing.
Okay. Block him.
That is a great take. Go down to the ballpark. That'll lead to congratulations. We lost.
Sorry.
It's a nice little drop.
Thanks, then.
Was the congratulations we lost, was that soccer?
Tennis.
Tennis. So people were a little confused while covering the sport.
Well, I really want to meet the guy because he said someone told him that he won. I want to meet whatever guy was like, no, he won. And then turned to his buddy. He's like, he's gonna go ask him a question like you won. Just laughing their ass off in the back.
Like the guy just comes running
Even
in.
the sports media in Paris is weak. Tim, great take per usual about the revisionist history. This team is succeeding despite what the front office did, but wait for them to try to take credit for it. That's from Big Tough.
Oh, God.
Doug, you want Big Tough to apologize.
The front office can't win. When they win, they can't win.
Congratulations.
We lost. You watch the game? No. Didn't watch a single inning, but I got to fill some time tonight. Give me something to skip.
Doug, also on the Stiefel dossier, you got to be paying close attention to the Stiefel dossier. Did you get a chance to see it?
I glanced over it.
Okay.
Is it changing?
This was in there from the beginning. Uniform talk. The Tigers have a very underrated road uniform. That's
very underrated.
From Little Jackie Paper's Uniform Corner.
You liked it last night?
Oh, I think the Detroit inscript, much like my Missouri Tiger hoodie I'm wearing right now, is really sharp. I think they've always had a great hat. And I think navy and orange is a pretty undefeated color combo.
Undefeated?
I can't think of one that's like a bad, maybe Syracuse.
Who are some of the navy and orange?
I first think of the Virginia Cavaliers.
It's a nice play. Wardam Eagle.
Very classy.
Denver
Wardam
Broncos?
Eagle, Denver Broncos, all those teams. That's just a good color combo.
Is it?
New York Mets? Or is that not
That's
navy?
kind of royal. That's kind of royalish. Okay. But Syracuse is the only one I can think of where I'm like, I don't think they do it great.
Okay.
But I think the Tigers' whole look, I think their home and road uniform.
The Mets
really
uniform
solid.
isn't royal blue.
Closer to royal
it's
than
actually
navy.
Dodger blue, because their colors are a mix of the Dodgers and Giants who moved from New York
That's
out.
a good history. That's good history right there.
I never knew that.
But royal and Dodger blue are almost the same
Similar,
thing.
yeah.
But it's a wider blue, but the navy with the tigers, and I love that Detroit hat. I think it's
Like
great
Tom
hat.
Selleck wore during Magnum?
Oh, the old English D.
Yeah, the old English D.
And they got that from DeSmet?
I don't believe they stole it from DeSmet. I mean,
I'm sorry,
Ty
it's
Cobb
DeSmet
is running around.
Jesuit. Get it right. Remember when the school president sent an email to all the local media types scolding them?
Oh, is that right?
Yes. Somebody a while back that thought they could just tisk, everyone saying, please refer to us as DeSmet Jesuit. And then I wrote back and I said, your sign on Highway 270 doesn't say DeSmet Jesuit. And they said, well, we're working on that. I said, well, when you change your sign, I'll change our graphics.
Yeah, the Illini?
Oh,
That's
yeah,
in the 3
great
and
call.
4.
Great call.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a great use of yeah.
It is a great yeah. But that's a great call.
Ever heard of the Illini?
Okay.
That's from Mr. Majack.
Okay, overlooked. Apologies. Great. They're basketball
Second
uniforms.
apology in the show today.
That one I didn't mean as much. The Illinois basketball uniforms are awesome. Script logo. You know how much I love a script logo, Doug?
I do agree with you on that.
Yeah. I've also heard Comerica Park, where the Tigers play, is pretty cool. I'd be curious.
I would imagine you boys, I've been
Yeah, I was
to
there
the
for the World
ballpark, but I wasn't
Series.
there for a
Yeah, it was cool.
game.
Yeah, I hear it's good things.
They say
been
that. They say
For
that.
the World Series. And All-Star game in 2000. Was that 2005, Doug?
I don't know the years, Martin.
I remember being on the field there, Comerica Park, and we were gunning towards Mark Burley, who was going to start for the American League. This is the day before. It's the workout day, and I think it was 2005. And we're going towards Burley, and some PR guy hops him up. No. He's pitching tomorrow. Like he couldn't and he said, no, these guys are from St. Louis. And stopped and could not have been nicer.
How about that?
But I'm like, the PR guy, you would have thought I was tackling him with a machete. And they're like, no, he's not available. They're shagging fly balls with their kids wearing pajamas. And they're like, no, he's not available. Could not have been nicer. Yeah, Comerica Park, lovely. And they've got giant tiger statues there.
Yeah, it's a cool stadium. That whole downtown Detroit area has been redone.
Yeah.
They've
considerably.
experienced a Sunday charge. And
Yeah.
guess what? St. Louis is going to experience that same Sunday charge.
I hope.
Yep.
I hope so.
Buy up your stock now. Larry Nichols on the line, and he's going to...
Oh, wow. I think he's going to be mad.
What's the problem? What?
I told Larry to call back in later. We have Ed Hermann coming in.
See, that's the thing. John Scores is right. Jackson is keeping Larry
No.
Nichols off this show.
Well, I got 2.
You're going to get a sassy little text.
Oh, I've already gotten 2 this morning, and so I told him to call back in around 8:45 or 9. Now this is gonna be a problem. I am gonna get a tongue lashing.
We should get a teaser of it right now, like him yelling at you, and then say, we'll talk to you in a little bit.
Yeah, what did the text say, baby?
You want me to read them?
Of course.
Is he on the line?
No, I told him to hop off. I guess. So sassy. I guess Tim didn't check his text about me being on hold. And then, do you want me to just stay on hold till the 10 o'clock hour?
He wasn't asking if you should stay on hold. He was sarcastically saying to you.
Do you think it's really him texting?
100%.
Because I've interacted with Larry for like
I know.
15 years, and that's not the guy.
I know. And
That's like a Twitter avatar of Larry.
I know. It's like he developed his own AI for this. I don't know. But yeah, I think it is Larry texting. I feel bad. I love Larry.
Sounds like we need a third apology, Jackie. That's from Brad and Boca. Would you like to apologize to Larry?
I apologize to Larry, and that's it. I'm not apologizing to any listener.
That's it. There will be no more apologies today.
Yeah, I love Larry.
3 in the first 65 minutes of the show, though.
Yeah, covering my ass.
All right.
People are also mad that you didn't mention the Chicago Bears with that blue.
Oh, great navy and orange
It always
combo.
looks black to me. The Bears have always appeared black to me.
You got the colorblind thing like me.
But it's really dark navy blue.
Yeah,
It's
but I think it's
Kind of like the Yankees, eh? Kind of like the
Yeah.
Yankees, eh?
Yeah. Or
I'm
if
gonna
they
find
told you
out.
it was black, you'd say, okay.
I'm going to do a little in-house research project to figure out who did that C logo first, the Bears or the Reds. Because they're kind of the exact same
Well,
thing.
the Reds have been around a lot longer.
I was going to go with the Reds.
The Reds are the original Major League
But
franchise.
did they have that? Because they used to have the weird baseball man as their logo. What's that guy called? Mr. Red or something?
Weird baseball man.
I think that's weird baseball.
The odd mascot with a large head.
It's like a Mr. Met. I guess
Yeah.
they may have started before Mr. Met, though.
Mr. Red.
That's why I think it might be Mr. Red. I don't know.
The Wishbone C was adopted by the Reds as early as 1905, while the Bears didn't take it on until 62.
Okay.
Wow,
Nice.
62.
Great looks, Jeremy.
The Wishbone C.
Yeah, because they probably just had that big bear logo as the logo. That makes sense.
Let's just be honest. Libby Jack hates the Illini. That's from Mr. Bojangles.
That couldn't be further from the truth. I dislike a lot of college teams out there. The Illini are not one of them. I only dislike them on one day of the year, and it's usually right before Christmas for bragging rights. Every other time I root for them.
Maybe it's because of the weather out there, but little Tommy Tribbins, who's in that parking lot and out front, Doug, on that tricycle, he's a neighborhood kid, says, Tim, the only Sunday charge the St. Louis area will be experiencing in the next 10 years is a charge right up the standings of the most dangerous cities and the highest BMI per capita lists. That's from little Tommy Tribbins.
I think we're already there, aren't we?
Tribbins says we can improve.
I don't know how we get any better at that than where we are now.
You are welcome to give your thoughts. The Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. You can call in, and you'll be put on the air unless your name's Larry Nickel, apparently. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program's called The Morning After. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Watch the program and talk it over with other listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. And, of course, here on 101 ESPN. What an opportunity here to work with somebody who says, hey, I am going to be as accessible as can be. Here is my personal cell phone number. That's what you have with Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage. You can call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can just Google the Bagel Loan. If you are looking to purchase a home, maybe a refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to get any of these things done, well, I can make it easy for you. You call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If you're looking for a new home, he's going to get you to the closing table fast, 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out, too. What is the Bagel Loan? The Bagel Loan is if you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. I don't know if I've ever seen the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat angrier. There is real support from the Crystal City Liquor Man in there, Doug. And he says they just told Larry 8:45. Tiny Peepee says, I'm only here to get the top 5 countries. Get Larry on, pale one. We won't stand for this any longer. Free Larry. Jackson, would you like to issue a
He can't
statement?
respond.
He can't. Jackson will not be talking to the audience. That's how angry he is. But we do have Ed, Herman, and Brody in from Brown and Crouppen. They're here in the
Welcome.
studio. Welcome.
Fabulous that you're here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Ed, how are things going?
They're going great. You know, Brody is back because he's officially a college graduate.
Oh, congratulations. I can't say that.
Yeah. Sunday was his graduation up in Minnesota. We got back yesterday, and the first thing he says, "You're doing TMA tomorrow, aren't you?" I said, "Yeah, we sure are." So this is what brings him back.
And if you're watching on YouTube,
he's sporting this shirt. Where can people buy this shirt?
TMASTLshop.com. He's got the TMA
And
hat.
Dip
You
your
can
head
get the hat
down
there
a
as
little.
well.
You can see the hat.
And
that's a
you get the TMA
sharp-looking
shirt.
hat.
That is a sharp-looking hat.
Nice logo. You know, it's almost like a cattle ranch. That's what it evokes for me.
It's a take on the Ozark logo, I believe. Gangster Pete designed that.
Oh,
Mark.
yeah, I can see that too. The
There you
opening
go.
of every episode, they come up
And
with
the
a little clever way
rooster,
to
which
do
some
that.
people think is an unfortunate double entendre,
I always did.
is about Doug's interaction with manager
Weaver.
Earl Weaver,
Yeah.
who he described as a banty little rooster.
He sure was.
Oh, is that right?
Well, it's because our tape didn't work 3 times.
You know, I never gave it much thought as to the rooster. I guess I'd look at it and just assume because it's a morning show. You know, wake up with
Wow,
us.
there's that too.
Rise
Oh,
and
is that-
shine.
that's
That's
what it
a
is?
third. It's
I thought
about
that was the obvious
It's about
one.
no. It's about
Because you're
about-
waking up with the TMA. It's
Yeah.
the rooster's crow. What
It's
is
the
they say
perfect
crow?
logo.
What is the rooster?
Cock-a-doodle-doo?
Yeah, they say cock-a-doodle-doo, but what would you call that? The rooster's
Crow.
It is the rooster's crow. It is. Okay,
it is.
so there you have it.
Jackson
Yeah.
definitively said that.
Yeah, he,
I know,
he
I
won't
love
say anything about Larry though. I've
You know,
noticed.
and we don't know that he's right, but that's how much we appreciate confidence.
Yeah.
That when a person
and then you'll
says
fold it. He might not have anything over there, but we folded our hands.
Yeah, when people
That's it.
stop you on the street, hey, which way is the? Hey, you go down there 2 blocks, turn left. Like, hey, thanks so much.
That's it.
And then you get shot. But
Yeah.
but you believed everything they said.
You don't know. Oh, is that right?
Jackson's a
Big poultry guy.
He's a big poultry
He
guy.
just held up his Nell board.
That makes 2 of us. Or am I a big poultry guy, or am I just a big chicken and turkey guy? Because I don't really care for duck, and I'm not like
that's
a
fair.
quail, squab,
Well, that's true.
How often does that even come up?
game hen,
Game hen.
Cornish hen, none of those.
Cornish.
You know, you don't hear about that. You know, remember how in like the 1980s, Cornish hen was like, that was a real delicacy. Like they'd have all these recipes on TV, like they'd have those shows, and that was a big thing. We're making Cornish game hens. And everybody had their own little hen on a plate.
Yeah.
When was the last time you went somewhere and they offered you a Cornish game hen?
What makes a hen Cornish?
I don't know. I guess
Jackson?
they fed them corn. I have no idea.
Big poultry guy. What makes a Cornish hen hen Cornish?
Or can you look up and find out where did all the Cornish game hens go? Because they were like a real thing.
As I recall, it sounded cool and it presented well, but it wasn't all that tasty.
It wasn't. It was just a tiny chicken. Yeah. You know,
It's a tiny chicken.
and it was like they sell you on stuff. Like I'm like, and I know this is going to be controversial for the audience, but this is who I am, right? If you didn't want controversy, don't invite me. But what is with these chicken thighs? I grew up.
That's the take.
Listen, I grew up, and if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I grew up where everyone wanted the breast. That was the dad's piece of chicken, right? The old Chris Rock bit, big piece of chicken, the breast went to the father. You give the kids the drumsticks because they were kind of cute and easy to eat. They looked like they had a handle. Lord knows what the wives ate. I don't know, but that was sort of how it went. The breast was the premier piece of chicken. It was this big, white meat, meaty piece. Nobody wanted the thighs. They were trash. They were garbage. And now, anytime you go to a fancy restaurant, the only piece of chicken that they prepare and serve are the thighs. And they try to sell you on this idea that this is the really tender meat, this is the good meat. I find it very slimy. I find it greasy. Now, have you not noticed this? Are
I
you
didn't
not
know. I
traveling
honestly
in the
did not
chicken
notice
thigh
it.
circles?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what?
In your circles, okay.
I've
circles.
revealed that I'm forced to eat in a few fancy places, not by choice. I'm a simple
So it's
man.
a delicacy now, you're saying. They're
Well, this
offering
is
up.
every place now. If you go to get chicken at a nice restaurant, better ask what piece you're getting because I'm going to bet you they're going to try to slip a thigh in you.
So Big Thigh might be behind this?
This is, you know what, Big Thigh is kind of like looking at what chicken wings did. And they were like, you know, we took a wing, chicken wings back before they became a thing. They were just a soup starter. Nobody was eating chicken wings. And then a guy up in Buffalo started preparing them.
And approximately when was that?
Not that long ago. What year what was his name too? The guy who doesn't get credit but deserves to for serving the wings first.
I forget, but it was in the 60s.
It was in the 1960s. Yeah, before the Anchor Bar.
Okay.
He was preparing wings, but he wasn't doing them in the Buffalo style, like with the buffalo sauce that we've become accustomed to. But he was serving wings when nobody else was. And people started eating them up in Buffalo. And then the Anchor Bar started doing them with what we now know with the Tabasco and the butter.
How about that?
And John Young, that's
Jackson Burkett,
John
everybody.
Young doesn't get the credit he always maybe deserves. And then the Anchor Bar developed what we now know to be the Buffalo sauce. And then Buffalo Wild Wings actually the first company to take them national. And now we're selling billions of wings every year.
These guys had a billion wings served to them on a platter last week.
Yeah,
and that's just 1 billion, and then you got everybody else. But the point is that they turned something that was a discard into an industry, which is brilliant. Yep. And now these gourmet places, they're trying to do that with thighs. I'm not having it. I want no part of it. Just give me a chicken breast, just a simple chicken breast.
What's up with these chicken thighs? That's definitely the title of this segment.
What's the deal with chicken thighs?
And all of this was unplanned. This is just because of your crazy logo.
Oh, because of the
rooster. And also Jackson's declaration that he was, Big Poultry?
You were telling us off air about your experience with the storms we've seen in the St. Louis area.
I lost my Jeep. Yeah.
So what took place?
This goes in the category of no good deed goes unpunished. So Terry Crouppen had called me up, said his daughter was in town, she didn't have a car for her to use while she was in town. So he knew I had a Jeep.
Things are a little tight for Terry these days.
Well, he's not going to run out and buy a car just because she's in town. I guess he could rent one, but that would cost a couple of nickels. So he says, you're not using your Jeep. Can she borrow it? I say, me, I'm a loving man. I say, of course she can. She's welcome to have it. And I'll tell you a funny bit about that in a second. So anyway, she borrowed the Jeep, and she lives down in in Clayton in the Des Moines area, which got hit particularly hard by one of the 2 tornadoes that came through. So I was gone at his graduation weekend. I get a note saying, "Hey, we got bad news for you. But your Jeep got crushed by a tree."
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, seriously?
You going to make her pay for it?
No, I mean, it's act of God. I got insurance. What can you do?
Who are you going to sue?
If I believed in God, I guess I'd sue him. No.
Would it be awkward if you sued Terry?
Not really. I can see that happening. I wouldn't be the first. But no. So they sent me a picture, and the back. I'm pretty sure I imagine it's total. It's crazy because the engine's perfectly fine. The whole front parts. If anybody out there needs parts for good engine parts, really good quality ones for a Jeep Gladiator, it's a 2020. But the bed took a tree, and then I guess the tree blew off. They sent me pictures, and I'm like, yeah, because I figured they were joking at first. No joke. But this is true, and this I'll share because I think it's funny. So Terry, when he wanted to borrow it, he sends me a message, and he says, "Hey, do you mind lending your Jeep to Lucy?" I said, "No problem." He goes, "How can we get it? Can we come by your place later tonight and pick it up?" I said, "Sure." He goes, "Could we take you out to dinner? To just as a nice gesture." I saw that'd be lovely. Well, what time? Where do you want to go? And so I figure, all right, this is nice. I'm lending my thing. I'm going to have a nice dinner out.
Going to get some chicken thighs.
Calls me 5 minutes later. He says, I didn't realize I got to go to a birthday party tonight for Andy's kid. His youngest, Summer, is having a birthday. He says, so we can't go out to dinner. He says, would you mind just driving the car down to the office and taking an Uber back to your place? And I'm like, yeah, no, that's fine. And I'm looking at myself. I'm like, how the hell did that just happen? I went from there picking it up at my place and taking me to dinner to I am basically working with the Dean team now, and I'm driving a loaner down to them and Ubering myself back to my condo. I do all of that just to have the thing crushed by a tree.
That's a good lawyer that can convince you to do that.
Yeah, I guess.
That worked.
I got he pulled like a Yoda thing, like a Jedi mind trick thing.
That's what I was thinking.
And I'm like, how the hell did that just happen? And now I've lost my Jeep.
And destroyed it on top of that.
Hey, Ed, I wouldn't mind taking you out to lunch day if that's all right. You know,
oh God, that's how it begins.
Let's go out to lunch.
Before
Actually,
you know it.
actually, I can't. If you could just leave me your credit card, I'll grab lunch. But actually, you can come back and pick up the credit card later.
And in the meantime, you want me to wash your car?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured it was something like that. I mean, my goodness.
The power of Terry.
You know, I don't think we should neglect the fact that when I was here 2 weeks ago, I did say the Cardinals.
You predicted greatness. You predicted
I
greatness.
said they were one hot streak away. Now, I want to hear: are the fans ready to come back now? Have they done enough?
24,800 last night. Now storms in the forecast.
Yes,
storms in the forecast today, so it might not necessarily be fair. If the weather is good on Friday, the problem is it's supposed to be relatively, for Memorial Day weekend anyway, cool with a high of 68, but it's not supposed to rain. Maybe Friday would be the first test. Do you think that's fair?
Maybe. I think a weekend series, first weekend series home is I think is a good test. But I mean, come on, guys. They're one game out of first place. They're playing exciting baseball. It's not like they're fluking into these. They've only lost twice in like the last 3 weeks, and they were both by 2-1 scores. I mean, if you like baseball, they're playing a good brand of baseball right now. It's not just like a fluke. People are coming together. I mean, if you're watching this team, they're coming together. Brandon Donovan's having a great year. He's going to be an all-star. And, you know, I feel like Jordan Walker is maybe starting to have a few key hits here and there. And he may be finally coming alive. Burleson's been great. I mean, if people aren't watching this team, you're missing out. You know, that's all I'm going to say to people.
Starting pitching has been
they've been terrific.
Phenomenal.
I mean, and Gray finally had like the best start. He's probably, certainly the best he's had all year. One of the best he's had since he's been with the team.
And that's against a good lineup, too. And it's a bounce-back start after that Philadelphia start.
And I mean, Detroit's got the best record in the American League. They're a real team. I mean, I was here a few weeks ago. I know they were playing Pittsburgh, but now they're playing the big boys. Tonight they got to face Scoobel. So you just like to see if they can keep it close. You can't expect that you're going to beat a guy like that, but you don't know. You know, what do you do if they do?
Then what do you do if the Cardinals beat the Tigers?
You start showing up in big numbers at the stadium.
Listen, if they take the series from the Tigers, especially if they can beat Scoobel.
Take the series, Doug.
We've been having this argument. Series don't mean anything yet.
It's going to come over the top.
It's a nice short-term goal, but big picture, it means nothing. It's all about wins and losses.
It is wins and losses, but I think as you go through your season, I've always looked at it like when you look on the schedule, you take all the teams that you're better than, and you say all of those teams, we have to win 2/3 of our games. And then you take all of the teams that are better than you, and you say we just have to go 50-50 with those teams. And if you can do that, you'll consistently win your division. You just have to go 2/3 against the teams you're better than, and you got to split against the teams that are better than you. And if you do that, you'll win your division. Mm-hmm. So it's an easy kind of way when you look series by series to know, did they do what they had to do in this particular series? Did they get this done? And that's how you do it. And for those better teams, you say, well, you usually play a series of 3. If it's a home series against the better teams, you want to win those. And if you're on the road, you want to at least grab one of the 3. And if you do that the whole season, you will win your division.
Doug, so there it is, winning series.
I know that's the argument for series, but when it's all over, nobody cares how many series you won. Because you can win 2 out of 3, and then win 2 out of 3, and then lose all 3. But you've won 2 out of your 3 series. The only thing that matters is you're 4 and 5.
I do think the players compartmentalize seasons, though. And for them, it's kind of like a mindset, like, all right, who's in town for 3? All right, let's take this series. It's kind of how they get into that routine.
Sometimes you'll look at it in terms of a road trip or a homestand, and that's a little bit more. That's usually 2 or 3 series kind of combined. You need little measurements. It's a long season. You got 162 games. You got to come up with different ways to kind of take your temperature so that you can be optimistic but realistic at the same time about who you are as a team. Otherwise, how do you determine at the deadline if you're a buyer or a seller? You can't just look at your record. No, you can't.
Yes,
if you just look at your standings, you're going to make a mistake. You really got to look at how you fared against the teams that are ahead of you versus the other ones, because you're not just trying to get into the playoffs. You're trying to see, do we have a realistic chance of kind of moving through the playoffs? And so, but again, that's the beauty of baseball. You can look at whatever you want to.
Cardinals are 9-5-1 in the most important metric, which is series wins this year.
yes,
9-5-1 done.
God bless it.
Well, let me tell you. Listen, when you get to the end of the year, those series are what matters. You play the playoffs in series.
What matters is that they are 27-21. That's the only thing that doesn't matter. Who you got those wins against doesn't matter. Who you lost to. The only thing that matters is you are 27-21.
They played 3 against the Mets. They won 2. They played 3 against the Phillies, and they won 2. 3 against the Royals. They won 2. These are all good teams.
Those are really good teams. I mean,
No doubt.
They won 2 of 3.
Now, are you saying? I get it, but as you sit here. You're saying a win is a win is a win. If I told you that we went 9-0, and he rattled off 3 really good teams like the Mets, the Phillies, the Royals, versus we went 9-0, but it was against the Pirates, the White Sox, and the Rockies. You don't think that there's a qualitative difference in those 2 records?
Well, they count the same.
They do, but you don't think that there's a qualitative difference between
Yeah, you probably had to play better to beat the good teams.
right,
Yeah,
which means that you were capable of beating the good teams. I
Right.
mean, if you're 9-0 and it's the Rockies and the White Sox and the Pirates, that tells you one story about the team. It's an incomplete story. You go 9-0 and it's the Dodgers, the Phillies, or the Mets. That's a different story it's telling.
sure. Yeah, I agree with that. But nonetheless,
we leave it right there.
Nonetheless, the only thing that
The
matters
counselor handles it.
Listen,
is
we
how
came
many
to
wins you
agreement.
got. That's the only thing that matters.
It's not the only thing that matters. I agree with you that it's the primary thing that matters, but it's certainly not the only thing that matters.
All right, now big picture. Is this team, as constituted, good enough to beat the Dodgers or the Mets, Padres in a series?
Of course they are.
Okay.
I mean, let me say this.
You hesitated.
If they play, well, listen, if they play the Dodgers 100 times, the Dodgers are probably going to win 70 of those games. The Cardinals will win 30 of those games. So the question is, in a 7-game series, do your 30% of the wins happen to come in a cluster and you knock them out? Or do the odds fall in their favor? And, of course, I think it's just statistics. That's just math. It's not opinion. But I think mathematically, of course, they can beat them.
Anything can happen. You get in. Just get in.
You get in,
Who's your game 1 starter? Livator?
Not probably.
Sonny Gray, just because he's the veteran?
I want to say Gray, but, I still have, as well as he's pitched in St. Louis, I still have a little PTSD from Sonny Gray pitching for the Yankees. And he didn't feel, to me at the time, like a big game 1 type of pitcher.
I think it has to be Livator based on results.
Now, the Dodgers just got swept in their series by the Angels. Not a very good team. Does that mean the Dodgers aren't very good?
Well, I would say this. I think the Dodgers are not as good as their payroll would suggest they should be, and I think it's because their pitching staff is very pedestrian. I mean, right now, their starting rotation, outside of Yamamoto, who's done pretty well, the rest of the rotation really has not been anything special, and offense can only take you so far. Remember, that's why, and we've had this conversation, I know you're all about payroll and salary caps, but I believe that what should happen is an evaluation not of your salary, but of your value. And, you take the average player with the average production and you give them the average salary. And then you mathematically calculate with everybody else on your team where they are in relation to the average salary and where their production is. And you estimate their value. You have a lot of players on these teams that are getting paid a lot of money but are bringing zero value. So when you look at the Yankees, for example, Giancarlo Stanton is making over $30 million this year. He hasn't even put on a uniform. So he's costing money, but he's producing zero value.
Exactly.
You have other teams with very low payrolls, like that pitcher with the Marlins. What is his
Alcantara?
name? Max Meyer or Meyer. What's his name?
That's Max Meyer.
Yeah, Max Meyer. Dynamite. He's making nothing. He's bringing tremendous value. So if you look at the teams that are succeeding on a value basis instead of a salary basis, then the true story is told.
But I said the Tigers could be a model for the Cardinals. If you just look at that roster, largely homegrown, but also not a big name roster, but winning combination.
Yeah.
The Cardinals are trying to kind of reshape who they are.
You can point to the Tigers are doing it that way. The Twins have done it that way. The Royals have done it that way. Even the Braves. They have some big names, but a lot of them, they generated their own talent. I think a lot of the successful teams, that is the model. The Astros are certainly, they'll bring in a key free agent here and there, but most of their talent is homegrown. But I think the Tigers are a very good comparison. Of course, we don't have Scooble, but maybe we'll develop our own Scoble. They did.
Maybe that's Quinn Matthews. Yeah. Maybe it's Tink Hence.
It's possible.
Or Liberty.
But I'll tell you, you look at the players around the positions. Who on the Tigers is that much better than anybody that we have necessarily with the Cardinals? It's a combination of guys like Riley Green and with different types of talents, kind of each contributing a little bit. I feel like that's how the Cardinals are sort of made up.
Ed Herman, Brody, good to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. As always, Ed Herman with Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, do you know the phone number? I hate to put you on the spot.
314-222-2222.
There you go.
So if you need to borrow a car or you need legal help, it's 222-2222.
I'm all out of loaners, and now I could actually use one.
Ed, Brody, great to see you. Thanks for coming in, talking it over as always. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor TMA. We'll take a break, come back with more here on 101 ESPN. Doug, you wanted to hear Blackstreet, Teddy Riley?
I really did.
Getting paid is a forte. Think about that.
Getting paid is a forte. I guess it is.
Jackson, was our music theme?
It's quality tunes.
Under the umbrella of quality tunes. Big poultry guy, by the way, makes sense with you and your Lee's chicken
That's right.
vehicle.
I looked it up. A Cornish game hen. It's kind of just like a young chicken, so I think you could equate it to like veal for beef. You know, just kind of a younger chicken.
Youngry chicken.
Cornish. They put a fancy name on killing the chicken when he's only reached half of his mature age.
Right, and I guess they serve it whole. That's the other thing.
Beak and everything?
I don't know about beak. I don't think it's with the head, but I think it's
chicken
from
head. Would you eat a chicken head?
No, it seems like it would be pretty crunchy.
No.
You can share your stories, and Larry Nichols calling in, too, on the Callier Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. They're having a nice conversation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Co-founder of Fairmount Parks Players Club says, I don't even consider myself worthy to be in the same zip code as Tim, let alone share a studio together. And then Tiny PP says, I feel bad for being the same height as Tim. I wish I was 1 inch shorter. I don't deserve it. And then your only ND listener says, I moved states because Tim looked at me and smiled, and I have done nothing to deserve that kindness from King.
Stop this. Stop it.
Gosh. Well, what's wrong
what
with
do they
this
get from
report?
this? That's
They're
not,
just telling
that's not your
stories.
dad writing all these things in, is it?
It didn't strike me as a YouTube guy. Based on the...
Your dad doesn't get up and start watching YouTube all day and
Based on
commenting.
betting on overs on NBA games for $3. It seemed like he's moved in. Guys, a Cornish hen is a chicken that grows extremely fast. From being hatched to butchering, it only takes 6 weeks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ballsack.
Okay.
Young chicken.
All right. And that's somehow supposed to taste better?
I don't know. Never had it. I also like chicken thighs a lot. Like, that's my preferred cut.
You do?
It is?
Chicken thigh, for
You
sure.
couldn't comment because you didn't have a mic.
Right.
You probably couldn't scribble fast enough to keep up with the banter.
It's not, what am I going to write? I like chicken thighs. That's not really much to write down on the whiteboard.
I wonder if you can order specifically
lot of
chicken
words.
thighs at Lee's Fried Chicken.
I don't know.
I bet they do it for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, like when you get fried chicken.
Especially if you
usually-
talk about your mom foot kink.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not kink.
Mention mom foot kink.
No, not kink.
And you get nothing but thighs.
Nope.
I think that's the promo they're running.
I'll engage in any kink talk. But I will say that when you go like to a fried chicken place, you can get like a 2-piece, and it's like you want white meat or dark meat. And if it's dark meat, you would get the thigh and the leg.
You think that would be a good marketing ploy to have something just completely ridiculous that leaves people scratching their heads? Like if you mention mom's foot kink, we'll give you all thighs at Lee's Fried Chicken. Do you think people would be lined up around the block to figure out what that's all about?
Secret menus at fast food places it's always like a popular thing.
Who else other than In-N-Out has secret menus?
I think if you do like McDonald's, they do like something, but I think that's just
Doug, how
Do
vivid.
something.
well,
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, can I help using the app today? Yeah, I'd like something. From the secret menu and back.
I think if like it's not necessarily that you get some special, it's that they'll like take two different things and combine them so you can really fatten up.
Probably something they couldn't sell has been sitting there under the heater for an
I've
hour.
heard of something
Like what, baby? I'm really curious.
No, one thing we can't say. I know that. So there's one thing that's
Why is everything such a
it'd be
secret on this
FCC
show?
violation, but there's a land, air, and sea burger
Yeah, that's the McChicken, the filet of fish, and a burger.
all in one go.
This really exists?
Well, I think you can just order those three things separately and
Pile them high.
construct it yourself.
If you want to fatten up for the slaughter?
I mean, if you're going to eat a chicken patty,
You'd
filet
have
of
to
fish, and a
unhinge your jaws
cheeseburger.
to get your mouth around it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, if you have some want to. You can still keep just the 2 pieces of bread. What's up, Mark?
Thank you. I feel like I just got called on in class. I feel that sometimes the staffers in the drive-thru have a hard enough time with the main menu and getting your order correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
That throwing them a curveball, like I'll take something, something special,
Yeah.
will lead to a lot of problems.
Agreed. I think Starbucks has a lot, but that's just like people being creative with all their different options.
My kids like Taco Bell, and I don't eat there. Doug, you'll be proud of me. I don't eat the Taco Bell. But one of them said, did you want to round up for the Taco Bell Foundation? And I said, the Taco Bell Foundation? Apparently they have some sort of scholarship they're involved with.
Okay.
So the old roundup will get you. That one's a little more, I don't know, vague.
But it's so easy to do because it's just like 50 cents.
Some of the fast foods went to putting the meal together like you're ordering a number one that's going to come with the cheeseburger and the fries and the Coke because there's fewer mistakes made on the cash register.
Oh, is that right?
If you just hit one, the cash register takes care of it for
Makes
you.
sense. Yeah.
Good knowledge. Also making sense is Larry Nickel on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Jackson's attempt at banishing him fails. Larry with us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Are you in a better state of mind now after we were able to navigate Jackson's blockade of you from these airwaves?
Well, it's not that. It's usually I try to call in before you guys get the title sponsor on, but sometimes I get left behind.
Oh, we're so sorry. We have to take care of the title sponsor, though. You understand that, I hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't seem on board with it. Larry, I apologize. Are those texts that you send to Jackson, are they a little saucy and sarcastic on purpose?
No.
Okay. Well, good. See, Jackson, you're misreading those.
Salty rub.
Yeah, my bad, Larry. You're the man.
Doug, you didn't get a chance to watch the show last night.
I didn't, no.
You were watching the Cardinals and the Tigers. Larry, wow, what a show.
Yeah, how could Doug watch the show when it's on Netflix?
Yeah.
Well, I have Netflix, but somehow I still managed to miss the show each and every week for 30-some-odd years now. But that's why we have you to let us know what happened.
Yeah, why is that, Doug?
Because I don't particularly care for it.
Oh!
Why not?
Well, it's fake.
Oh, no.
Very fake.
Oh, no.
Cartoonish in some ways. But
what did you say, Doug?
Well, nothing really.
Gary, come back. No, you.
He's tuning you out, Doug. Larry, did you recently? We had, what was it? The Slammaroo was here or something. Did you go to the St. Louis wrestling event?
No, I didn't because I don't have a way over there, and I did not get invited.
Oh, somebody missed out.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, what happened on the presentation last evening?
Okay, there were two women Money in the Bank qualifying matches. And as you know, the Money in the Bank ladder matches, you climb a ladder, you grab the briefcase, and you use that briefcase, cash in for a title match, anytime, anywhere up to 1 year.
Okay. Okay.
And the two qualifying matches for the women's. The first one was between Roxanne Perez, Natalya, and Becky Lynch. And the winner of that match was Roxanne Perez, so she qualified, along with Alexa Bliss this past Friday. The second one was Zoe Stark, Kylie Zane, and Rhea Ripley. And the winner of that triple threat match was Rhea Ripley.
Okay.
Yeah, look at the love they have for each other.
Oh. Okay. Any other major fracases on there we need to know about?
Yeah, the main event was Braun Breaker, the son of one of the Steiner brothers.
Scott Steiner, Big Papa Pump is your hookup. Am I right, Scott Steiner?
Yes.
Yeah, Doug, you remember Scott say he was Big Papa Pump?
I seem to remember somebody that might have had some help
Braun
building
Breaker
muscles.
I'm still talking.
Okay, sorry. Ugh.
Well, Braun Breaker took on the current World Heavyweight Champion, Jey Uso, and due to outside interference, the winner of the match by disqualification, Jey Uso.
Okay.
Doug, there was outside interference.
Who interfered this time?
Seth Rollins.
Oh, gosh. Okay. And no one saw it coming, of course. The referee missed it until it was too late.
No, the referee caught it and disqualified Braun Breaker.
Oh, okay, good. Finally. Nice to get some good officiating up in this here.
Yeah, but the premise of the match was to soften Jey Uso up for Logan Paul this coming Saturday on Saturday Night's Main Event.
To soften
NBC.
him up? Did you say the purpose was to soften him up?
Yeah, because Logan Paul is not a trained professional wrestler like all the other guys are in the WWE.
Okay. So they want him slightly injured when it comes around to this other match that's coming up?
Maybe in this town song.
Yeah. That was the point of the match.
Yes.
Okay. See, it's just on such another intellectual level for me. I don't get it. I don't understand much of it.
Larry, sorry.
And the winner of the match between Logan Paul and Jey Uso will face Gunther in Phoenix, Arizona on the June 9th episode of Raw.
Gunther?
Okay.
Don't have a problem with a wrestler named Gunther.
Gunther, no last name, just Gunther.
Yes.
Is he some sort of German Nazi or something? Is that the card we're playing here?
He's Austrian.
He's Austrian?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Larry, do you have the top 5 countries in the world available for us?
Yes, I do, Tim. Thanks for asking.
Problem.
Number 5 will be Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, okay.
Number 4 will be Italy.
Italy, number 4. All right. Okay.
Number 3 will be the home of the Brazil nuts, Brazil.
Brazil.
Oh, the Brazil
Home
nuts.
of Brazil nuts. Okay. Makes sense.
Number two, Canada.
Canada, second. All right.
And, of course, number 1, United States of America.
Oh, that's
Yes.
good.
How about that?
That is nice.
How about that?
That is nice.
Here comes Cool and the gang.
I didn't see Brazil sneaking in there, but I haven't had a Brazil nut in a while.
Canada, home of the Coos.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
God bless America.
There he
Nice,
is, Larry
Nixie.
Nickel, with a recap that Jackson tried to get banned.
why.
And now I think he probably understand why we were adamant that we get it on.
Wow, Matt Holliday says his ears are bleeding. But
Is this the time to ask for the Arenado interview?
yeah, I thought it would take a Mr. Licks call to send out the Matt signal. But now we got Larry on. Holiday's reacted. We've instigated or activated Matt.
Yes, thank you, Larry.
And Matt may not have been listening at 7:04. Well, Tim, was it 7:04 maybe when we talked
I think
about
it was
it?
7:04.
And we said we would love to have Arenado on the show because we provide a TMA bump. And only Matt could maybe make it happen. Save the show, Matt. We give Arenado the bump.
And in turn, the Cardinals make it 12-25. How about that?
Has a nice ring to it.
I think it's going to happen. So, Matt Holliday, you call him a supporting producer? He is going to...
I said that, and now I regret not saying coordinating producer.
That's better.
Coordinating producer, Matt Holliday, is the only chance we have of getting Arenado on the show. And right now, Tim, I'm sitting in at 0.05%.
0.05% is the chance of Nolan Arenado appearing on this presentation. You're welcome to participate in the program like Larry did. Call in 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. Then you can also participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It's youtube.com/TMA STL. Doug, this is from the 314. Has not asked for a text name yet from Jackson. Maybe on June 1st will. Okay. How? Please tell me how. How do you still have a show? That is from the 314. That could be a promo.
Yeah.
That's a fair
A lot
question.
of people have wondered that for many years, including ourselves at times.
But Larry, he was fighting for his airtime. And
he was fighting via Jackson's phone.
Tried to keep him off the air, but we felt it was important to... This is the people's show. Okay?
Jackie, put your foot down for the last time. This mind-numbing segment needs to be 86th. That's from Starfish
Don't
Street.
say 86th. Don't say 80. We were serving salmon tonight, and we're at the 86th of salmon. Get out of here.
Well, I don't know what just happened, but I like
That's what they say in restaurants. They hear the waitstaff say 86 the salmon. We're out of salmon. 86 the salmon.
I thought you 86 the guy who's a little too intoxicated down at the end of the bar. And he wants another libation, eh?
I thought that's when you put the kibosh on.
No, 86.
Well, when do you throw the kibosh?
I don't know.
Is the
87
kibosh like a
maybe?
whammy?
It's you guys are talking synonyms here. When you 86, when you 86 something, you put the kibosh.
Nice, Chairman.
Kind of talking down to us now.
Or you killed it.
Just
You killed
trying
it.
to help out when I
Yeah,
can.
I appreciate you.
Guys, Holiday is executive producer. When you have a red jacket, you've earned that title. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Okay.
It's fair.
I don't see Martin asking Holiday to go pull audio mid-segment.
You think
I got to
you
get
do
this
that
rant
for
off
us?
my chest here, then we'll get to some calls.
Thank you.
Amen, 314. This show sucks. I just listened to it to feel smarter. Doug, that's our TMA Listener of the Year from 2023, Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
That's what we're doing for the community. We're making people feel better about themselves.
Very few people can be on local news.
That's changed a little bit.
Shrimply Pibbles, who usually sends in pictures of his wife, today says, boy, this is some intelligent convo. Doug, that's Shrimply Pibbles, and he's not happy with Larry's call.
They've all turned
and so
on
now
us.
they have turned on Larry, and they want Larry removed. Jackson, you've been trying to remove Larry, and he was able to get through your blockade today.
And did a damn fine job once he got on the air, I'd say. Kind of let Doug have it a little bit, informed us, gave us a fine top 5 countries list, which, of course, was ended with the number 1 country in the world. That's the United States of America.
Shrimply Pibbles is offering a picture of his wife. He says, do you need wifey content to steer this ship back on track? Doug, would you like him to send in pictures of his wife for you?
If he'd like to, I guess.
This was something that the late, great Jay Randolph Jr. enjoyed, Martin. The listeners would send in pictures of their wives. Doug would be skeptical, and I always thought that was unfair to not trust the audience.
How's she look?
It's a reasonable take, Doug.
More of the chairman. Bring KG out of the shadows. That's from Arbor Day. You're getting Arbor Day support. You get Arbor Day support. That's a powerful endorsement.
That actually does mean a whole lot.
Yeah.
And I'm being sincere. Great texter. That Gunther that you guys were talking about, he really let Pat McAfee have it at that Backlash in St. Louis.
Oh, is that right? He
Oh, my
battled Pat
gosh.
McAfee here in St. Louis?
Gunther has that Ric Flair-esque chop, but he's got a little bit more girth behind it. And McAfee was just torn apart.
Maybe KG should conduct the Larry call-ins. It'd be a little more wrestling specific.
So the chop is when they actually slapped him on the chest so it doesn't hurt, but it makes a loud noise. Sounds like it hurts.
See, now I think a lot of people do it like a backhanded chop.
Yeah.
But I think Gunther, because he's like 6'9" or something, and he just comes over the top with like a forehand chop and
Slap.
Yeah.
It's a slap.
Oof.
Okay, and the other guy just sits there and lets him do it.
McAfee got it real bad.
Did he?
Oh, my ass hurts. How do I get my text read? Do I need to contribute to the cash call for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners? That's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Couldn't hurt.
Wow, that's insinuating that the Tam Avenue Capital Partners are some kind of slush fund. And that is very unfortunate. But Martin was kind enough to wire over his funds yesterday, and we'll make a play for you today, Doug. We'll get you a hold. Today.
Okay. Drop off a little cash. We'll take your calls. A little bit of money, Doug. Give me a little cash. We'll take your calls.
Scott's wrinkled ballsack is going to send in a picture of his wife who fell in love with Lisa Ann at the 2023 Dotem, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know the years. Right?
And he says, what do you need, guys, clothed, swimsuit, or nude pictures? So he is willing to send those in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Okay.
And Doug, a lot of things going on. Chairman Kurt is taking calls from listeners in the county. So much is going on in the program. It's like a real newsroom, Martin. Does this feel like the 2 Fox newsroom?
Yeah, back in the day, a lot of people in the room. Phone calls, chatter, police, the scanners buzzing. Oh, by the way, I was with Steve Savard yesterday at the 2 Fox. Taping a segment. He's leaving Springfield. He's done doing TV
Did
there.
he come in to just lambast Doug for his vacation?
So we taped a segment talking some Rams stories, some Jack Snow stories. It was scheduled to air last night on Sports Final. Had a little weather, so that'll run tonight. But we were walking out, and I said, oh, the Doug vacation story you dropped really lives on. He said, well, what story? He said he was in Colorado that week, and Ablin was no longer on the staff. And I said, no, remember how he always took those huge. He goes, Doug didn't take huge vacation. I said, that's the. I
told you.
And I said,
I never did.
Forgot his own bit.
He said, that's not what I said. And I go, okay, well, you're going to ruin the bit. This is going to continue on, much like Ablin saying, dude, we get it. You work out. I've always decided that was about Savard.
Dude, we get it. You
work out, guy.
And I'm not changing my opinion on that, but he did sort of explain there was one time Doug was in Colorado and it was kind of bad timing, but that was more of the story. But I said, doesn't matter. It's too late. Doug took those 3-week vacations, and that's why Savard was so sideways.
In my 40-some-odd-year career, I never had a 3-week vacation.
I don't know if you ever had more than a week vacation in the 5 years we were at KMOE.
No.
But Steve remembers it, and therefore I support it.
I cannot believe you did that to Seve.
I think I was on vacation once when the Billikens made a run in the tournament and won the A-10 and then had to go to the NCAA tournament, and there was nobody left to go there or something. It was something like that. 3-week vacation.
Would you like to apologize?
So then Larry Connors went to the NCAA tournament and covered it.
No.
Arbor Day not happy with your Steve Savard story, Martin. Oh, FFS. This is going to tie into a Ram story. There it is. That's from Arbor Day.
Okay, block him.
He's the texter of the year back to back.
I don't like that. Arbor Day, I am going to suspend you for your caustic remarks.
Wow.
Suspended a period of 2 days' time. Not that I want to. It's just, we need to keep some decorum going here, and I didn't like your tood.
Beer Cat says, I can't send you any wife pics, but I have lots of photos of the young lass I'm seeing. Lots of tats and piercing, just like Tim likes it. Thanks. That's from Beer Cat.
Guys are dating women based on what you like.
Tim, you look great.
That's lemonade.
Thanks, Charlie. I have a good friend who's recently divorced. He's really looking to get back into the promiscuous sex game, but needs some practice. He's willing to practice with guys or gals. Help a brother out, TMA. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, would you like to?
What are we supposed to do to help him out?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for this nice words. I appreciate it so much.
What are we supposed to do to get him a date? With a girl or a guy.
We tried it with that Bachelor baseball guy.
It didn't work.
The game plan wasn't solid there. We were not running the right offense.
I don't know what this is. It says wifey and Doug's old coworker cuddling, and there's a picture of Shrimply Pibble's wife and some lady I don't recognize. I don't know if she worked with us. It's not gluten-free perk.
I don't know. I don't see the picture. Oh, all right.
Do you recognize that person?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really? All right.
Mm-hmm. Reporter at Channel 4.
Okay.
Looks like they're at a gym, maybe? Or
Lifetime?
I don't know.
Are they in the family law part of it?
Maybe at a restaurant. Like
how do you feel about your feet?
Two friends saying hi.
Well, I just had some work done on my arthritis last.
So many things are hot on this program.
Too many things that count, honestly.
Beer Cats' son, Martin. Now we have 2 generations listening to the show. Says, yeah, Pops ain't messing around. Her and I are closer in age than he is to her. It's wild stuff. That's from Little Beer Cats talking about his dad's girlfriend who is his age.
Now, we don't know if it's material anymore. That almost sounded serious. Now I'm confused.
I'm starting to become attracted to my wife's father.
It's Gabe's post-game show, and Dotem invited himself in. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at approximately 10:45. Good luck trying to stop Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio. This guy is on a heater. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Western Conference Finals get underway tonight, and I'm talking hoop rock as the Timberwolves take on the Thunder in Oklahoma City. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Eddie Griffin? Eddie Griffith. Eddie Griffin?
Eddie Griffith.
Eddie
One
Grant.
played in the NBA that Tim was referring to.
Comedian.
Is there an NBA guy, Eddie Griffin?
I don't know. Eddie House.
Mouse House?
Eddie Matthews was a very good third baseman for the Braves.
All right.
Jackson, did you bring back action? Jackson?
Sometimes when I go pure muscle memory, I say action. But yeah, I'm rebranding.
That reminds me, Robert Thomas going to be on the show this week?
He said he thought later in the week would work. So we're in talks.
I need to throw a bet down and see if we can go out there and play. That's what I want to do. I know he's been ball striking since the unfortunate 1.6 seconds. Mm-hmm. And it's time that he meets his maker.
Oh, wow.
You want to punish him now?
It's time.
On the golf course.
That's right.
For the Blues losing that last game.
No. I mean,
just in general terms.
What a campaign. Okay. No, this show is undefeated in one match. And we've got Darren Pang and Pat Maroon on our dance card. And I think it's time that 18, and he can pick a partner if he wants. He can pick a partner. And we'll show him the what's what and the who's who.
Oh, right.
So if he doesn't come in this week, it's because he's screwed?
That's right.
That's how we'll frame it.
That's right. Doug, it's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. The Pope just announced that he's playing in the Dotem with Alan Dadeville. That's a dangerous pairing.
I was supposed to be on that team.
What happened?
I have some afternoon responsibilities, and I just, I don't want to give the team half effort, so.
Huh. Well, if it's a good team and you win, you win those weekly passes to the Stiefel Charity Classic now.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Saw Mike Weir out there a couple of years ago.
Mike Weir.
I thought that was him.
Really?
Right? Little guy?
Yeah, Canadian. Won the Masters.
Yeah,
2003, maybe?
2003 is exactly right. Good for
Left-hander.
you, Martin. The years are important. Doug.
I don't know, but I don't remember them.
Pretty sure Mike Weir had a pretty famous Masters menu, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to look that up.
Chicken thighs?
Robert Thomas.
That's Bubba Watson.
Robert Thomas, a 4-1 index. Does that sound about right, Tim? Do you have any idea?
Ooh, I'm getting a little poppy seed. Unfortunately, Doug, as you know, I have not been playing well, and the United States Golf Association has placed a soft cap on my handicap index.
Have they?
A soft cap has been placed on my index.
What does that even mean?
Well, I'll read it directly from the...
You got an email from somebody upset with you?
It's probably Tom O'Toole. A soft cap has been placed on the player's index. A soft cap has been applied to this handicap index, which suppresses upward movement by 50% after a 3.0 stroke increase over the low handicap index. In effect, when the score has been posted, it has been reached. So my low index was 2.5 as of April 14th, 2025. I'm now up to a 5.8. Therefore, that is 3 strokes higher. And the player has just been losing money to everybody.
Oh.
It's a mess. It's a mess. And I try to gear my game to be peaking for the Dotem.
Makes sense. But it isn't?
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. And so I'm a little frustrated. So my 7-year-old is going to have to carry the squad next Thursday at the Dotem, presented to you by Michelob Ultra.
Now, how far can a good 7-year-old player hit a ball off a tee?
Did I say this? Was this off air or on air? Off air? Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Kurt's like my memory bot.
Okay.
I was telling you guys I played in the Family Golf Parent-Child Tournament on Sunday. And we were paired with, and I think she might have already been on television as it is, an 11-year-old. I think I showed you the video, Doug. I don't know if I showed the rest of you guys. Yeah. Me and my 7-year-old paired with an 11-year-old and her dad. And I am not making this up. She hits her driver 230 yards. Her name is Sydney Roseman. And she's 11. It's unbelievable. And she's been invited. Her dad was telling me she's been invited to play in Australia, in Europe. She plays it's just, she's playing in Pinehurst this summer. And this is just a parent-child tournament. You can go out and shoot 50 at family golf. It's a par 3 course. And all of a sudden, paired with, and I see that she's got Georgia Bulldog stuff all over her golf bag. And I'm like, wow.
The NIL money's already coming in?
I'm like, where are we? But she was only 11. And they couldn't have been kinder to my son, and it was something. It was something to behold. And let me tell you something: like defense travels in football, distance travels in golf. So keep an eye on Sydney Roseman. That's what I'm telling you. Unbelievable. Yeah, and people up there knew about her. You're 11 years old girl, and you're hitting at 230 yards. Wow. I mean.
What's she hitting that 7-iron, Jackson?
Yeah,
that could have been on.
I thought it was going to be Siders, but it's always your own people,
What an unfortunate. Tim, my inside sources at Family Golf tell me you're fighting your grip on long irons. Care to elaborate? That's from the Heiser House Hooligan. Yeah, there's a lot of people up there who gather around when I'm in one of those bays and they observe my grip.
Is there not instructor-client confidentiality there?
That's a HIPAA violation?
I was going to say.
That's a HIPAA violation.
I don't want to go and get a lesson.
So, Adam Betts and I will probably have our attorneys will probably have a little talk.
Right, hash it out.
Yeah, we'll work through that.
I'm looking at driving distance on the LPGA Tour. The longest one, the leader, Polly Mack out of Germany, 292 yards she's averaging on her drive.
Wow. Well, this girl's carry is 215 yards, roll out 230, 235.
At 11 years old.
At 11 years old. You guys, I haven't shown you the video. I showed Doug. Wait till you see the swing.
Really?
Like, what in the hell?
It's not a fluke.
No. Let's see. Can we hold Army accountable and demand that he signs Mitch Marner and John Tavares? That's from Doug's prison wallet. Martin, do you want to hold Doug
We're holding Army accountable in advance. If he doesn't sign them...
Yes, that's what it is.
They wouldn't have salary cap room for those two.
Somebody was talking about the Blues and Mitch Marner, though. Remember that? We talked about it on the show.
I think someone was saying that Sam Bennett's more likely than someone like Mitch Marner.
I think Rivs was big on Bennett as a target. Series begins tonight.
I asked Joey Vitale about that, and he said he thought Bennett was really a pie-in-the-sky hope that a lot of those top-tier players, they want to play where there's no state income tax, and Missouri just can't match that.
Sounds like the Blues analysts are sniping at one another, using this show to do it, to take shots.
And that's what's going on with Twitter being used by Ryan Clark and Robert Griffin III and what Jackson's calling Grifter's Paradise. Now, what is going on here?
Well, summer solstice is quickly approaching. No time like now to get into a beef.
And people look to the heavens, and then they start delivering hot takes?
Well, the WNBA season gets going, and they crack their knuckles and say, all right, here comes an overblown take, and let's see where this goes. And, well, you know, RG3 gives his take. Ryan Clark doesn't like it. Maybe it takes a little too far. Now RG3 is upset.
Do we have audio?
Here we are playing it. So.
We have RG3 Robert Griffin, Eddie Grant, Robert Griffin.
I think that's correct.
The third, who used to work at ESPN, tweeted about Angel Reese. He said she has a true hatred for Caitlin Clark. That's what started this. And he said not just basketball. He basically said, I can see her soul, something to that effect.
Yeah.
And went on a rant about that. And then Ryan Clark chimed in.
Yes.
And it's gone sideways.
It's Eddie Grant, you goobers!
Hey, stop calling us names.
That's from
Sniffing Holes. Okay.
All right, what do we have? We have Grifter's Paradise?
Yeah, here's Robert Griffin III responding to Ryan Clark, who took a shot at Robert Griffin III's wife during,
you don't go there.
Mentioned his wife and his reasoning why RG3 would give such a take. Yeah. Well,
do you think that's okay?
No.
Oh, okay.
Of course not. I don't.
You just want to.
Well, I don't want to speak on this. I just don't. I personally don't. I just don't want to speak on it because it's probably not my place to speak on it, but we can play audio.
It's gotten a little messy between these two.
Yes.
And they got on the phone to talk it out?
No, they went online to post back and forth their issue with one another.
Right.
This is RG3?
Yes, this is RG3. And Ryan Clark beforehand mentioned RG3's wife in his retort to RG3. So here's Robert Griffin III's response.
Okay, hit the lever pail.
And I just wanted to get on here and talk to you guys because there's been a lot of buzz, a lot of conversations about my sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, which was purely based in basketball. But I think all of you know there's a line in life that you just simply don't cross. Wives and children are always off limits. And Ryan Clark has sprinted past that line. Ryan Clark didn't like my sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. And that's fine. It's okay. It's part of the game. Sports media, I'm going to have an opinion. This person might not agree with it. That person might not agree with it. But what you don't do is turn around and personally attack me and my family just because you don't agree with a sports opinion that is purely based off the sport. I didn't make it personal. But what that really shows is just how low of a person Ryan Clark is.
How low a person?
Mm-hmm. Low.
You crossed the line, man. You made it personal and some.
Hike! Now, was that...
What in
the hell was that?
That was my sounder for football.
Hike?
Yeah, you want to hear it again?
Yeah.
And some.
Hike!
What other football sound would I use?
It was just so quick.
Troll, touchdown, like it was that, or hike. Yeah.
The original tweet from Robert Griffin III said, after watching Caitlin Clark's flagrant foul on Angel Reese and the aftermath, there's no way Angel Reese can continue the lie that she doesn't dislike Caitlin Clark. I know what hatred looks like. Angel Reese, all caps, hates Caitlin Clark. Not some basketball rivalry hate either. Hate. And then the next day he said the truth about Angel Reese's rivalry with Caitlin Clark, and then he links it to his YouTube page.
Ryan Clark did that, or
Robert Griffin?
Okay, got it.
So that's what set off Ryan Clark, who still works at ESPN.
Got it. So what did Ryan Clark say that irritated Robert Griffin III?
So
he references, I believe, I don't know if he says Robert Griffin, RG3, his wife is white. And I think Ryan Clark said, you don't know the real struggle that's going on out there.
I've got the quote here if you want to hear the quote.
Okay.
He says, the one thing we know about RG3 is he's not having conversations at his home about what black women have to endure in this country, about what young black women and athletes like Angel Reese have had to deal with being on the opposite side of Caitlin Clark's rise and ascension into stardom. If you're RG3, when is the last time within your household you've had a conversation about what Angel Reese is dealing with? You haven't been able to do that because in both of your marriages, you've been married to white women.
Yeah, that is direct quote from from Ryan Clark.
Did Robert Griffin III's initial opinion have...
No, nothing to do with his wife or anything of that matter. See, like, I disagreed with RG3's take, the original take. I also really disagree with Ryan Clark going after his wife. You know,
I think that's just like, that's not understood. I mean, that's just like...
That's bad form and just wrong. And also, like, Robert Griffin III saying, I never made it personal. He made it a little personal about Angel Reese, saying that she hates her as a person. I think that's a stretch. But I also think it's way, way out of bounds to mention someone's wife when you're having a sports opinion take. Like, come on. Get better than that.
So then RG3 had to respond to Ryan Clark, who responded his original take.
And again, the temperatures are rising. Getting warmer, sports starting to dwindle. We're in Western Conference, Eastern Conference finals of both.
You think it's take season?
Oh, it's time to beef.
Doug's Tariff is calling for Ryan Clark to be terminated from ESPN.
No.
Are there calls for him to be terminated?
Yeah, but that happens like
you're right.
Twice a quarter.
Yeah, that happens on this program every half hour.
He give a bad Jets take, and there's a nice uprising of people want him out.
They won't terminate him because he's doing exactly what they want him to do, which is get people talking about the show.
Right.
Get people talking about them, say outrageous things, and then people like us and all over the country talk about it.
Right. I'm with you there, Doug. Yep. That's again, summer solstice. It's time to beef.
Summer solstice is time to beef.
Okay.
This is what happens.
Well, it does look like there's something there between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark.
Sure, but I think
there's jealousy, and they've played against each other in some very big games. So it'd be kind of weird if they were buddy-buddy almost.
Yeah, agreed. But to say someone hates somebody when you don't know them personally and you don't know the situation, like to say like they have a big basketball rivalry, you can just look at that and totally agree. But to say like there's a personal hatred there, I think it's a little much, but I think it's a lot much what Ryan Clark was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just,
mob rules.
Leave the families out.
Yeah, you leave the wives
and the kids out of it.
Yeah.
But doesn't that also mean you got to blow up their car? If it's mob rules?
Apollonia.
No, well, Apollonia, that was an unfortunate thing. I think that was a mistake. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Friday.
Yep. And then right back to Diane Keaton, like nothing. I've only been gone 3 years in Italy, and I came here dressed really weird.
And that, of course, was Hey Kay Adams.
Hey Kay Adams, absolutely.
Doug,
Hey Kay Adams was not in The Godfather.
What was Diane Keaton's character's name in The Godfather?
Kay Adams.
Hey Kay Adams.
Not Hey Kay. They never said Hey Kay.
I think Robert Duvall, when she came dressed in red on that dreary Long Island day, said, "Hey Kay Adams."
Exactly.
I don't know.
Look it up. Got to do some show prep on this show. Other shows you can just ad lib, not on this one, brother.
Yes, your lover left you for no reason. It's been gone for 2 years in Italy, but trust me, he still loves you. Can I reach out to him? No. Can I come up and meet you on Friday? No.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program is sponsored, of course, by Brown and Crouppen, and Mark Hanna is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. And James Carlton is a longtime sponsor of both the Tim McKernan Show podcast and TMA. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net or by calling 314-961-4800. James is in Webster Groves. You call that number right now. You're going to talk to somebody in his office in Webster Groves, and you have nothing to lose. You're going to spend about 30 seconds making that phone call. They're going to ask you a couple questions, and the next thing you know, they're going to come back and say, hey, probably can save you some money right here. Plus, you're going to be dealing with customer service that is always there for you and proactive. I made the switch to James Carlton 6 years ago. I'm thrilled that I did, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. Support the sponsors. TMA listener, support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. The program's called TMA, and it airs on 101 ESPN.
For your next car, one website to know, autoloanpro.com. No matter what your circumstance, no matter what your recent history is, you can get into a new vehicle with the folks at Auto Loan Pro. They'll do that with little or no money down. They're going to work hard to get you the best rate possible. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Anyone can sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. Making that large purchase can get a little complicated. Even if you had a hiccup along the way, the Auto Loan Pro gets you back on track and gets you into a new vehicle. Check out the website. Also, download the free playbook. That's where you can learn more about how credit works, building better credit, getting a different car the next time around. All of it, one website, autoloanpro.com. The only thing you need to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. Friend of the show, Robert Thomas, scheduled to be here, I think, this week. He's on the website as well. It's a great site. You can learn more about the credit industry while also getting that next vehicle. Autoloanpro.com. Auto Loan Pro, part of the Lita family.
Oh. Not the kind of reaction I was expecting from...
Well, is this... what is this exactly?
Bone Thugs.
What is... Okay. That's the end of the song. Just that was it. Okay,
I couldn't find the clean version of that song. I know the chorus is clean, but if I get into any of the verses, there might be some swear
too
words.
Filthy that we can't play.
Well, filthy is a strong adjective,
but it's also accurate, isn't it?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe crass. Crass, I think, might be better.
Spicy.
Vulgar.
I would say,
yeah, spicy.
I'd say filthy's just fine if it's too nasty to play.
I think there's a lot of music that's has expletives that we can't play, so I just got out of it quick. Because I can't find the clean. Some songs don't have clean versions, and it sucks.
I like people texting and hashtag hike. It's a new thing.
They like that one.
Hike.
I couldn't think of a better football
I don't think they
sound.
even say hike anymore. It was hut for a while. Now in college, they clap their hands.
Well, yeah, a friend of the show, John Gruden, does his quarterback camp. They used to do on ESPN, now he's doing it with Barstool. And Jackson Dart, Ole Miss quarterback, he asked him to do his hard count and or his cadence, and he's just like, I just clap. He's like, all I do is clap. And John Gruden was not impressed.
He was not liking it.
No, he didn't like that
It
at all.
seems like a lot of them do. The Mizzou quarterbacks have been clapping for years.
So when Gruden visited the Cardinal clubhouse, Lars Nootbaar, former quarterback himself, showed him his hard count, his cadence. And Gruden was impressed.
What was it? Was he screaming hut?
Yeah, a lot of numbers and colors. Blue 42.
Okay.
And so much.
It's amazing how many pro athletes, whatever sport they're in. What'd you play in high school? I was the quarterback.
Yeah.
They're all like the best athletes.
Did Newt play football at USC?
Baseball at USC. I don't know.
Okay. I thought he also might have played football.
Really?
I thought.
I bet they wouldn't let him do
That would have come up by now.
Why
I
not?
think.
Well, Mizzou let Sam Horn do it both.
Right, a lot of guys. Jameis Winston played both.
Yeah. Phil Bradley, back in my day, was the quarterback and an outfielder.
And then played pro ball.
Here you go, boys. He committed to play college baseball at USC and was recruited to play football by UC Davis and Fordham.
Got it.
Okay.
Fordham. Kind of out of nowhere.
Well,
Across
that's a
the
shot at
country.
the Atlantic 10 out of nowhere.
I
So
can
I'm
either
not going
play-
to let that happen.
I can either play baseball in Southern California or football in the Bronx. That's my choice.
Vince Lombardi went to Fordham. Think about it.
Yeah, what do you think now that you're thinking about it?
Well, I remember who was the Fordham Flash?
Is that Darnell Coles?
No, that was Frankie Frisch, the old Cardinal Hall of Famer. Frankie Frisch was the Fordham Flash.
A lot of F's.
Take your Frankie Frisch.
We will take your Frankie Fish calls. 314-974-0101. That is how you can get involved on the program by calling in. Martin, we wanted to save this audio for when you were here, but Chairman Kurt acquired the audio of Will Ferrell talking about...
Oh, this was referenced yesterday.
Yes, and he got it, but you were gone, so I didn't want to play it until you were here.
We were referencing the storm coverage. Glenn Zimmerman's name came up, chief meteorologist at Fox 2, and then or maybe Lindbergh came up. We were talking high schools. I don't know. And I said that one time on the Rose Bowl parade, Will Ferrell was doing the broadcast, an alternate broadcast with Molly Shannon, and when the Lindbergh band went by, I guess he read off famous Lindbergh alums, and he got to Glenn Zimmerman. And this is, thank you, Chairman, for finding this.
It's going to take me a second.
Oh, it's going to take.
Vamp a little, Martin.
But thank you. So we call KG, we call him Chairman.
Yeah,
and
he's a chairman.
So I was thanking Chairman because I put a request in for audio, and then he found the audio, and then Tim just brought it up. And Doug, what was it he said? You know, we saved it for you, Martin. So I thought, well, this would probably be a good time to play it.
It's been a wonderful time to hear it.
Okay.
If our timing was a little bit sharper.
Hike.
Maybe we'll get it. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to play at all. It's just not happening for us.
Second.
Hike.
Okay.
Take that, Matt Holliday.
Well, this Frankie Frisch was a heck of a player. 19 years in the league, 316 batting average.
I don't know. The post-show meeting today is going to be tense. That's all I'm going to say. Doug walks up to Jackson, puts a finger in his chest, and it's going to be very, very awkward today. But it does give me an opportunity to talk about Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental and the work that he does. He's got that closest to the pin competition coming up at the Dotem. And I am minus 17,000 to win it. You got to bet $17,000 to win 100. on the 100 West Dental, closest to the pin competition. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor, 100westdental.com. The offices, which I have visited, are located on Manchester in Baldwin. Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal TMA listener, and wants people to know this. You don't need a phone call to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you book right then and there. No dental insurance? Not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids and the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Dental insurance and medical insurance are separated, but dental health can impact the rest of your body's health, so you can't ignore your dental health. Go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett is shaking his head and he is getting frustrated. He is now tired of Chairman Kern, and this show is really experiencing adversity.
You send me a link to it, and for whatever reason, the link isn't letting me play it with audio. I don't know why, but it always works. And now it's not working. I don't know what to do. I don't know. This isn't like a audio file I was sent. It was a video. I don't know.
I'll cut it in the break.
This is a ham and egg operation. That's from a new poll eligible.
That hurt.
I like a good ham and egg. Tim Segment 9-2 does have a Jackson query. In honor of Spike Lee's new joint, Highest to Lowest, which premieres at the Cannes Festival this week, let's try for some healthy balance. Assuming the Cardinals have some drop-off coming in the near future.
Oh! Highest to lowest.
Oh, I didn't get it. Okay, highest to lowest. So, Tim, Cannes Film Festival, Spike Lee, gets me to Cardinal talk. Assuming the Cardinals have some drop-off coming in the near future, what aspect of the team do you think is most likely to fall into a lull, and which are you most confident can remain strong?
Starting pitching all night long.
Yeah.
Is it going to drop off?
I mean,
that was your... Oh, I didn't know which you were answering.
Yes, would be dropping. I'm
going to say defense will remain strong.
Good call.
I like that play. That's a nice play.
I feel like they're locked in defensively. I feel that's something they can easily control. Pitching, I would agree, has been too good.
They're just so above their skis. But hey, great. They're accumulating wins, and you win, 85 games. There's a damn good chance you get to play in the postseason. So, yeah, but I mean, listen, is a proud owner of 60% of the Cardinal rotation on the South Side Seaman. Things have been very good on the South Side.
What a homer this guy is.
Yeah, I'm holding rights, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, boy, I don't know how much longer this is going to last. But it's probably not realistic for it to continue at the pace that it has. I guess the one that I would say is most likely to continue, which kind of would be weird, I would say is Liberatore. I think there has been a strategic alteration in his approach that has worked. But Miles Michaelis being at the level he has at this point in his career, it would be surprising. It'd be great if it could continue. And Eric Fetty, though, keep in mind when he came back last year from overseas, he pitched quite well. And that's why he was a trade target. But I just would imagine that at some point there is going to, Doug, do you like the term revert to the mean?
I don't care for it, no.
Whoa. Now, offensively, I think it's of note, and this is, I don't know if you guys have talked much about it on the Two Fox, Martin, but the Brant Brown impact, that also is a strategic alteration. You know, the coaching staff, along with the players, deserve credit for what's gone on here. I thought this was interesting. I always enjoy reading Derek Gould's chat. And on STLtoday.com, he was asked about the impact of Brant Brown on the Cardinal offense. Because, again, for the most part, you're seeing a lot of the same guys from last year. If anything, the guy who's probably hitting the best of anybody, minus Herrera, is now playing for the New York Yankees. So this is the same group. So what's going on? And Brant Brown is now in there and working with them. And he says plenty, ample, significant, a notable amount. The connection he's made with several of the Cardinal hitters is reminiscent to me of what I watched with Mark McGwire and the young players who welcomed him to St. Louis. Brant Brownisms work, and then beneath them is a real emphasis on individualizing how he works with hitters and how he prepares them for the game. Results help, but consider how Jordan Walker has not yet really taken some of the improvements he's made with coaches and in the cage and gone into games with them, but he's still enthusiastic about them. That's something that you can trace to the approach of the coach, the messaging, and what McGuire would describe as being the type of coach the hitter needs, and adjusting hitter by hitter to be that way. The way the Cardinal hitters are preparing for games under Brown's guidance is something that stands out this season. I thought that was good insight from Derek Gould.
It's interesting because he didn't last long in Seattle, so when they hire him, you're like, oh, what's going on here? But before that, had a run with the Dodgers, and apparently Pujols is the one who recommended him to the Cardinals. So if Albert Pujols says, hey, this guy'd be good as a hitting coach, you're definitely going to listen. It's been pretty remarkable when you look at all the, not all of them, but the players who are, I guess, going to be core guys moving forward too, like Brendan Donovan. I think even Mason Wynn digging out from that slow start. Burleson of late has gotten on a run. So it's not across the board, but I think it does appear to be pretty sustainable. We're talking about who's going to drop off, which Spike Lee set us up with.
Mm-hmm.
And
Denzel's first time at Cannes.
Yeah, I could see as a team where there's not a lot of drop off.
I agree. Chip Carey said yesterday, speed never slumps. So maybe the small ball element of the Cardinals. I mean, scored a lot of runs last night. A lot of those came on, we talked about Nolan Arenado legging out the double play.
Donovan and Herrera are probably hitting right now better than we can expect him to hit for the whole year.
I don't think Herrera's going to hit 450.
But there are other guys on the team that you would think
there's more
likely
to
pick it up a little bit.
Sure. I have thank you, the chairman.
Oh, wow.
Huge
Ladies
shout
and
out to
gentlemen,
the chairman. Huge shout out to the chairman for going to cut the audio so I don't have to play it off of
This
website.
is Will Ferrell at the Rose Bowl parade while the Lindbergh band is going by.
Okay, back
Shout
to
out to the
Lindbergh.
chairman.
Okay.
A notable alumni from Lindbergh is local meteorologist from Fox 2 in St. Louis, an old friend of ours, Glenn Zimmerman.
Did Glenn go to Lindbergh?
He did.
How about
Glenn
that?
Zimmerman went to Lindbergh.
I haven't seen Glenn in too long. I love that guy. Heck of a meteorologist.
Yes.
He played, I believe, he played the vibraphone.
He was such a cut-up.
He really was. He always had butter cookies and milk for anyone who wanted it. And I'll tell you what else he always had. A smile.
Yes.
Glenn Zimmerman always had a smile on his face. May he rest in peace.
Rest in peace. You can tell clearly Will Ferrell
he's great
freewheeling there. I don't know why he thought he was dead, but great clip. Thank you, Chairman, for making it happen. By the way, the Cardinal defense first in fielding percentage.
Outs above average, too.
First in outs above average. First in runs prevented. How about that? And the eye test. They're just playing better ball.
It's almost always, in the big picture, about starting pitching. If you can get at least 3 quality starting pitchers, you can contend. If you have 4 or 5 going well, then you got a shot to win the whole thing.
They got good pitching?
We got good pitching. They got good ball club.
Nice.
We got a good ball club. They got good defense. We got good defense. They got a good money. We got a good money.
What's bigger, pitching or winning series?
Is it talking?
Well, pitching will help you win series.
Okay,
series
good.
don't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
It's big picture, 1-loss record that matters.
Okay,
but it's hard. It's hard to ever be a series contender without quality starting pitching, and it looks like this year they've got it.
Bullpens looked a lot better since the rough start. That too. Although they didn't look great last night.
You're talking Cardinal bullpen.
Cardinal bullpen, yes.
Yeah, but I mean...
Yeah, after a rain delay.
You're just trying to get that thing, land the plane. Yeah. Storms are coming. I know they're well aware of that.
Well, it's my boy John King. That's the problem.
That is your guy.
Yeah. Well, we still have faith in the crown, but...
It was 5-0 in the 7th when the first rain came, and they had a little meeting right there at the mound. Before it started raining, they were getting the tarpon out, and I couldn't help but wonder if they were saying... Tiger, will you just give up so we can go home now? Have you had
Pirates would have said, good, call it, good, bang it, good. Yeah, I want to give my work boots to Bill Finley down there, who ran out there. And at the time, I was like, oh, man, we're in the 7th. I just want this game to fly by an end. But I'll tell you what, right after he ran out there, chief groundskeeper, they brought the tarp out. Minutes later, it was just absolutely pouring.
Oh, yeah. That storm came hot.
And it sucks to be a fan because at that point, you're probably ready to go home, but you can't really leave because it's absolutely pouring.
Right. But I bet if they'd given the manager like $100, he'd have said, "Okay, we'll give up. All right, we'll call it a game." That used to work in Little League. You're up. You got a rain delay. The other manager, hey, I got $20 if you just call it.
If it was Leland, you hand him a pack of smokes.
With regard to the ball game tonight, the guy I follow for daily fantasy sports weather, which oftentimes leads to my over and under plays that I give here on the program, doesn't even have St. Louis listed as a game in question. And now this is the iPhone forecast. It could be warm garbage, but I'm seeing 20% chance of thunderstorms at 1 and 2 p.m. and then nothing but full sunshine from 3 p.m. on, and very friendly temperatures, 74 degrees for tonight's first pitch, Doug. With no precipitation in the forecast, it starts up again on Saturday. So maybe we'll dodge that. And maybe we'll see if we get a good gauge on attendance tonight, Martin. I'll set the over-under at 26,423. 26,423.
423. Okay, Martin, you want to go next?
I'm going to go 27-2.
27 and just 27,002?
200.
27,200. Okay, I'll go 27,201.
Oh, no.
Right. That Price is Right strategy.
Oh, that's right. That's real close to what you said.
So I have no chance to win, right? Unless it's exactly 27,000. Tim you got the under, you got
26,423. 26,423. Jackson, what do you think?
29.5.
Wow. Holding rights.
Reigning Cy Young winner on the mound. Certainly not a household name, but I think last night's game probably got people fired up. I think the team being hot, getting a lot of national
word spreading a little bit.
As people are like, oh, it's a beautiful day
It is a clincher tonight if the Cardinals win.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
The series.
Gosh.
Skubel's over. I was looking at his over-under strike total for tonight. Over-under's at 7.5 strikeouts. Under is, you're getting juiced up on the under, but I don't think he's going to get to 8 strikeouts. Not against this ball club where they're heading.
I don't think I've ever been juiced up over the under of someone's strikeout total.
I'm not saying I'm juiced up. I'm saying that a sports book is juicing the under.
Yeah. We've had this conversation before, but it bears repeating because it's so important to me. I would much rather go to a game when bad pitchers are pitching, so there's some action. I don't want to go with the good pitchers and nothing happens. 1-0, 2-0 games in person are like watching paint dry.
Or at least the opposing pitcher stinks.
I want a pitcher to stink out there. I want home runs. I want triples. I want runs scored when I go to the game.
Fair.
Can you get a little lengthy, though?
Yeah. Let's
take a tidy 5-1 victory.
Although attendance was listed at 24,000 plus last night, there was nowhere near the amount of bodies in the stadium. That is from the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter.
No, but it appeared there were more bodies than what we've seen in the last few weeks.
Here come the Cardinals. The fans are coming back.
Ticket sales may be about the same, but I think more people are starting to show up. It'll be a slow process.
Do you think more people will go because it's a series clincher opportunity?
No, it'll have nothing to do with it.
Do they actually have champagne? Do they spray each other after the series?
Wouldn't that be exhausting if you got to celebrate every time you win a series?
Doug, you like guessing games? Mm-hmm. We got power rankings, and you will be able to guess the power rankings. The title of the article is MLB Power Rankings, Cardinals and Rangers Rising, what you might have missed this season. We will have it for you. Doug will guess the Cardinal power ranking. Power rankings are nearly as important as series wins.
They're not at all important.
That is coming up. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Grocery prices have not been dropping anywhere. That's why Schnucks stepped up and said, we're going to do something about it. They lowered it on 2,300 items. We've been telling you about that for a while. Then they went back and said, let's see what else we can do. And now they've lowered it on even more items. You have thousands of items throughout the store that have been marked down, whether it's Kraft singles, some Breyer's ice cream, Pop-Tarts. Who doesn't love a good Pop-Tart? I mean, healthy people maybe, but for me, it's great. Get a Pop-Tart, save some money, lower prices, even household supplies like Clorox wipes. Remember, these are not on-sale items. They're dependable everyday prices now Being knocked down by your friends at Schnucks. I guarantee there's a Schnucks near you. The neighborhood-friendly store also trying their best to help you save money. Download the app as well. That way you're always getting rewarded while you shop. Schnucks Rewards will pay you back. And every single day now you're saving money. More and more items have been lowered. Also, you'll see digital shelf tags where you can find even more items with the lower prices. Everyday savings that you can count on that's going on right now at your local Schnucks.
Doug, it's hella good. We know that. But the question is the year.
Oh, boy. This is what, 2000 and surrounding there, right?
Definitely later than that.
It's around, well, I mean, sometime in the 2000s.
I'll agree with that part.
Okay. 2000.
I feel like I said 2003 because we played this, but maybe that was Holla Back Girl.
That was Holla Back Girl.
I'm going 2003. I can't help. That's where I think. Don't bet maybe like a 50th year bankroll just because we want some action and it's 9:55 and we just need a bet this morning.
01.
Recorded in 01, released in 02.
Oh,
I got you.
Did the chairman make that up?
Not what I'm seeing.
It's fine, Timmy. They should have released it in 03.
Apple Music has this 2001.
I've got the single by No Doubt, recorded in 2001, released March 11th, 2002.
All right, I'm rocking with it.
Doug, do you like that? I'm rocking with it.
I don't care for it, really.
Good job, Tim.
Thanks,
Oh,
Chairman.
stop
And
this.
this alliance, I'll tell you what, our alliance, it might not get as much attention as Martin and Jackson's, but I feel like it's one you can count on.
I want to bang Tim.
Larry.
You're welcome to text in like Scott's wrinkled ballsack has, and he says, Tim, I've gained more interest in this team than I had the past many years. Two things. They obviously are playing better and are on track to be a better team this year. Secondly, and most importantly, the product is easier than it has been in many years to find on TV without having to struggle to watch. Some Scott's wrinkled ballsack.
Okay.
I do think the first point is certainly subjective, but I think people have enjoyed watching the team play, and that goes back to before they had this 13-2 run. But I do think that there is something to the fact that now people at least know where to watch the games. As YouTube TV customers, Jackson, we can go to our Amazon Prime account, and bang, there it is. We've got it. Doug, I know you're a longtime Spectrum client, and so it's very easy for you to find it. But I do think that has been an issue, and the more that they continue to have success, the more people will go, where do I need to find this? And then they realize how easy it is to watch. I think that Amazon Prime thing is a substantial development along with the DTC, that's direct-to-customer option that fans can have without having to sign up for a television package that they might find. I hope you don't have a problem with this word superfluous in 2025.
Didn't care for it. Didn't really care for it.
You didn't want Spike TV on your cable
I
options?
need Spike TV.
Outdoor Life Network.
I'm in awe. I don't even know why I pay. I used to pay for two, both DirecTV and Spectrum, so I could watch Cardinal games. Now I don't even know why I have YouTube TV, honestly. But I still do. So that's how I watch things outside of the Cardinals, which I go to Amazon Prime. But yeah, I'm watching Netflix. That Bin Laden show I recommended in the first segment. Great show. Yeah, any of you guys watch that at all? Chairman, you said you heard of it? You'll love it. For real.
American Manhunt.
Yes.
Osama bin Laden.
I know you're probably getting home late, and you and Kim might not have the time that.
Maybe this weekend. I'm going to put that on the docket.
It's so, and I sometimes those quote unquote documentaries are hackneyed as hell. But this was really well done.
They have video of them storming the house?
They have. Do you remember? I'm totally getting off topic, but hey, that's the brand. Korth, I believe, was the name of the town in Afghanistan. Where they
I haven't really vacationed there lately. So.
You were there in the 90s, though. You had a timeshare.
I did.
Summering.
Yeah. I got sucked into the timeshare.
Can we get you to Destin, and then the other part of the year we're going to send you to Afghanistan? Sign here.
Where they had an Al-Qaeda fighter who they thought they had turned. They bring him into the CIA secret location in Afghanistan, and he turns out to be a suicide bomber and detonates a bomb via his watch. And I think 7 American agents were killed in it. And I have to be honest, I don't remember that. It happened, I think, the year before they got bin Laden, so 2009, 2010 range.
I remember a story about it, but I thought it was in a big encampment. Maybe that was the same place.
It was. And I think the town was called Korth. I mean, these towns are... But and it was just really thorough and well done. And sometimes I feel like, as of late, things are called documentaries, but they're really just like interviewing a tabloid reporter. And then it's called a documentary, and they just show still photos with, a score that is eerie.
A little TMZ-ish.
Yes, exactly right, Martin. That is exactly what I would
think
call
I
it.
saw one pop up, and we clicked on it. It was
Matthew Perry's death.
Or
We
like a
watched that
P.
for
Diddy
15
stuff
minutes.
now.
Yes, that's another good one.
All the ones that come up are
Perfect.
all just like columnists for the Inquirer. Like,
yes.
Well, what we were hearing was happening at these parties. You're like, this is not real information.
Exactly right. So I saw the Bin Laden thing pop up, and I'm like, oh, God, Netflix. And we started watching. I'm like, oh, they sat down with everybody but the two presidents, who were involved during that time. It's just really well done. Big time endorsement. So
in 2009, 7 CIA agents were killed in a suicide bombing at Forward Operating Base Chapman in Afghanistan. The attack also injured 6 others, targeted a U.S. military base near KHOST.
Korth, I believe, is what they were pronouncing it as. That scene is in Zero Dark 30. That is from the 314. And that's Jessica Chastain. Jackson, is that good or bad?
Zero Dark 30 is good.
Really good.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, you never know with goodorBad.com.
It's good. What do you want from me?
That new war.
I'd like some kind of pro forma, honestly, as an investor from 2021. I feel like at some point I should get a pro forma.
I like
How we're gonna
Jessica
make money.
Chastain.
I just don't see
Gandolfini's
it.
in that movie.
Jimmy Gandolfini's in there?
Yeah. You just talking about Warfare?
Warfare,
German
very
new one?
good.
Yeah, Alex Garland's new one. Yeah, I got to check that out.
Is documentary critic yet another one of Tim's many talents? It appears so. I think Martin actually dialed in on my criticism much better than I did, I have to say, where they have like the Inquirer report.
I think it was a P. Diddy one, and we were a Saturday afternoon, it's raining. And we clicked on it, and you're thinking, okay, they've interviewed his brother, his mother, or a federal agent, and I swear it was so TMZ-esque that it really was like, Susie from 98.7, the Biscuit in New York or something, and they're like, what do you know? Well, we'd heard for years that these things were going on, and they're like, how about
when you say TMZ, though, it's not like the guy with the water bottle is like talking
Harvey
about
Levin? No, but it has their kind of like,
got it,
like fun, cheesy. They're not trying to do hard hitting necessarily.
It's like a compilation of that.
Compilation of stuff. It just has. I'm not saying TMZ's producing these.
Sure.
It just kind of has their vibe.
It is so surface level.
Yeah, that's
it is brutal. So I'm like, oh, the Matthew Perry thing. Anytime something's turned around really
that's
quickly.
What I was about to say.
My ultimate example is Showtime's interpretation of the Tiger Woods story, which was put together in 1998, a mere months after he won the Masters, and it looked like it. And it was done by the delightful LeVar Burton, who had his own social media campaign to be the host of Jeopardy!
Starred in Roots.
And also, of course, Reading Rainbow. Iggy is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, he says, I watched it. Well done, but I didn't really learn anything, but he spelled learn, L-E-R-N.
Freudian slip.
We hardly ever mention Learn anymore now that he's gone.
We played audio from her just last week.
I talked about how I think she was irritated that I didn't go to her birthday party.
No.
And then she's mad at Jackson's name.
Yes. So, Doug, do you want to apologize for that take?
I really like to apologize. I'm going to need one of those 3-week vacations.
Bow!
And I'll take a week in Afghanistan at that timeshare if I have to, just to get it together.
So you're going to be gone for...
Mm-hmm.
What is a cuck?
What would they have to pay you to vacation in Afghanistan?
What do you mean by vacation?
Jackson's irritated with this question.
Well, no, but
Well,
what are you going to
have some
do?
time off. You got 2 weeks in Afghanistan. You have to go there and, I don't know, camp, find a hotel, and just see the local sites.
It doesn't sound like much of a vacation.
No, it doesn't. My question is, how much would they have to pay you to take that vacation?
I don't know. You could probably put some, I don't know. Like, I'm not paying for anything, and you say,
no, they're paying you to take this vacation to Afghanistan.
No,
I'm paying you $10,000 to go to Afghanistan for a week. Would you do it?
Yeah, probably.
I don't know if the juice is worth the
If I can
squeeze.
insure my safety, if I can insure my safety, like, well, I have.
That's Doug's question.
Nobody's safe.
6 figures minimum.
There you go.
So if I can't insure my safety, then yeah, I'm going to need something like that. But if I can have like bodyguards, yeah, I'd be all right. I mean,
do you know anything about the access to Brazzers in Kabul?
You can VPN that mother.
Okay, there you go. So, all right. I think I'm in.
You can VPN that mother?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Little Beer Cat says, enjoyed that documentary as someone who was born after 9/11 and was 7 when bin Laden was caught. I learned more through that documentary than I did at school. That's from Little Beer Cats. Let's see. Just finished it yesterday. That is a great documentary. That's from STL Gator. There you go.
You think people heard you talk about that in the 7 o'clock hour?
And they've already watched it?
Immediately watched, sure.
Rushed home to watch it so they can chime in at 10:04.
Well, Riz recommended on Netflix The Liver King Untold. So I got that on the dossier.
Yeah.
And then my wife and I finished off the bin Laden thing last night, right before our power went out. And that was awkward because I was on the Sibian and then I had to dismount.
Oh.
And it was obviously in the compromised position. Power back.
No. Another 3-week vacation, Doug? Some Doug's terrors.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. If I get all these 3-week vacations, I've been almost everywhere now because I've had so much time off. Afghanistan, I'd like to check off the list. Not really.
You can email in your vacation destinations like Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio will the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today. It's 10:05. That means Martin's 5 minutes late for this process that you're in the midst of with Heimbloom.
Yeah, apologies to Jake in St. Genevieve.
Oh, yeah. He is not happy with you.
Things to tend to. Well, it's good to be missed.
Yeah, I think it's a loving,
Thank
shot.
you, Jake. I appreciate your support.
So when I take vacation next week, will it be loving?
No. No, we'll not.
Thank you. Thank you for the delicious take. Martin, head on out for onboarding. We will be manning the ship, the SS Manship, in the 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Boy, the Cardinals, they just keep on winning. Going for another series win tonight. Big clincher against the Tigers. 6:45 is your first pitch. Eric Fetty toeing the slab for the Redbirds. There's another Sports Center update. Driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
St. Louis, we the truest Redbirds in our hearts. So many pennants, we should hang them from the arch. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my hat. As long as that bird red, I'ma put it on my bat. I love my birds on my chest, I love my birds on my bat. As long as that bird red, I'ma wear it on my hat. Yep, Chambers, you my boy.
About that, Doug.
They lost their points. Now if you
Part-time player.
Doug, you love a good guessing game, and you love power rankings, and you love bracketology. The Cardinals are surging in the Athletics power rankings. Where would you put them in your power rankings? And let's see if you match up.
Oh, I'd put them about 7 or 8. 7 or 8, 9.
Rights holder.
9.
They have them at 11.
Well,
do you
they don't know the Redbirds like we know these Redbirds.
But the last week they were 17. Do you realize that the Cardinals have the best fielding percentage of baseball? The average team's made 24 errors this season, but the Cardinals have made just 16. That's just one reason they're competing for the NL Central after being ignored most of the offseason. Of course, fielding percentage is an archaic metric that modern baseball fans don't bother with. What really counts are those newfangled stats like outs above average.
Oh, please.
What?
Well, fielding percentage is a bit subjective. So some of it depends on who the official scorer is, whether it's a hit or an error. And you can get some home cooking on some of that, so there's a little bit of truth to that.
What really counts are those newfangled stats like outs above average. So if the Cardinals aren't grading out well there, the sure-handedness is somewhere between helpful and eyewash.
Helpful and eyewash.
Except the Cardinals aren't just leading the world in OAA. They're not far from doubling up the second-best team. They can catch the baseball, and they're contending because of it. That comes from Brisbee.
Okay. They can catch the baseball. You would hope they could.
Do you like the term catch?
They do have some very good defenders, for sure. Donovan is superb. Wynn is very good. Nootbaar is really good in left field. Scott can go get it in center. Other than that, they seem about average. I guess half the team seems average-ish.
The Cardinals' outs above average ranking is 27. The next closest team is 18. The Cardinal team defense has prevented 21 runs. The next closest, the Astros, at 15.
Huh. Well, that's good.
So there you go. You said you felt like the defense was something that would continue to carry on. The pitching is where I think I would short the market. The starting pitching.
It can't possibly be this good.
For the record, the number one team in the power rankings, Doug, I know you like.
Oh, how about the Tigers? They got the best record?
No.
Dodgers.
Yes.
Okay, of course. They've lost 4 in a row. So why wouldn't they? And another team has a better record than them, so why wouldn't they be number one?
Who do you think's 2?
The Detroit Tigers.
No.
Darn it. Oh, let me guess. The New York Yankees.
Yes.
Of course. We got to placate the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Who do you think, 3?
The Detroit Tigers.
Yes.
Okay.
Bet you can't get 4, though.
How about the Phillies?
No.
How about the Mariners?
No.
How about the Padres?
No.
No.
Yeah, Schultz.
How about the Cubs?
Schultz can.
Schilt.
No.
The Mets.
Yes.
Doggone it.
But they're not happy with Juan Soto. What's going on with this?
He
Jackson?
doesn't run out.
So this is fascinating. There's
Is this
a
Grifter's
lot.
Paradise again?
No. But there's a lot to this. So so bear with me. So Subway Series last weekend. Juan Soto didn't have the greatest of performances, so they were on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Carl Ravage was on the call of the game, and he had this to say about Juan Soto during the broadcast. I'll play it presently.
$765 million contract, 15 years. Way outside, plus some family service clause perks that get charter flights to road games. Variety of other things. I mean, you mentioned it too. The Cohens embraced Soto and his family.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Cohen are very warm, around a lot, very available. They're a dynamic couple.
Hashtag it.
And then
what happened?
Boomer Esiason and Gio on their WFAN show were talking about Ravage's comments, and this is what they had to say.
You know, Juan Soto just had a brutal 3 days. You know, he could smile all he wants. He could take his helmet off and acknowledge the boos all he wants on Friday night. At the end of the day, you know, it was a bad weekend for him. So now he and his family can get on the private jet and go up to Boston. That was interesting that Carl Ravage said that part of it yesterday. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. And I also heard Carl Ravage talk about, you know, Juan Soto vehemently trying to back out of being mic'd up, that he was begging to get the microphone off of him.
Remember when the Yankees were saying, you know, we're not going to give Juan Soto a suite because we don't give our players suites? Who knew that Juan Soto was getting a private jet on top of all of this to away games?
Well, at least we know when these sound bites are over now.
Yeah. And then in response to that, Jeff Passan tweeted, to clear up what others have asserted, Juan Soto does not fly separately from his New York Mets teammates on the private jet. He flies on the team plane. There is no private jet provision in his contract for him or his family.
Now, what does this have to do with him not running out balls?
Now, last night...
I'm sorry.
The Metropolitans taking on the Red Sox. He hit one oppo off the Green Monster. It looked like he was probably going to be gone off the bat, so he kind of does his Juan Soto thing where he steps over to the right and is enjoying looking at it. It careens off the top of the Monster, and it's a real long single. Probably could have stretched it too if he's hustling out of the box. Carlos Mendoza, Mets manager, was asked about Juan Soto's hustle out of the box.
Okay.
Soto didn't bust it out of the box on that ball off the wall. Last night he had a play where he was a little slow getting out of. Do you have to talk to him about any of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll talk to him about it. Tonight, obviously, someone gets a hold of one and knows when he gets it, he's won, you know. And he thought he had it, you know, with the win and all that. And in this ballpark, or you know, anywhere, but in particular in this one, with that wall right there, you got to get out of the box. So, yeah, we'll discuss that.
I can't get past the sounder at the end of these sound
Well, you got to be delighted. Jackson did it to placate you.
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
and I'm glad I did.
it.
And then Juan Soto was asked a similar question about hustling out of the box. This was his response.
Last couple of nights, you've had a couple of plays where you were slow getting out of the box. Is that something you have to be more aware of?
No. I think being hustling very hard. If you see it today, you could tell.
He also had a situation on Sunday night, correct?
Right. Yeah, where he wasn't getting out of the box quick enough. Right.
Boy, they're going to have their hands full with him for 15 years.
For $750 million.
Oh.
Yeah. So
he's, 2 months into this 15-year contract.
And they're not happy with him in Queens.
No, they're saying he doesn't look as comfortable with his Mets teammates, you know, what have you. They're treating him like with the Yankees, like the Yankee fans were real upset. Like they turned their back when he ran out to right field. And it's like, this is his fourth team. Like I don't necessarily think he has. I still remember him most from the Nationals, and that's the team he played for 3 teams ago. So I don't know if you can be like Padres fans be upset that Juan Soto's not there, Yankee fans upset. I guess a little different because he was a free agent this time around, but still. It's like, chill out.
What are they going to think of him 11 years from now when he's no longer an all-star right fielder and he's still making, how much is this a year? $50 million or so a year?
Right. Well, I think what's so funny is like probably come August, he's going to be red hot and look like an MVP candidate again.
Oh,
and
yeah,
all these conversations about this will be moot.
But no matter who you are, the fans want to see the players try.
The hustle out of the box thing.
You have to do that.
He's certainly not the first person to think they hit a home run and then it hits off the wall.
No,
for a long
but it's always a bad look.
Agreed.
Jackson, you're getting... I'm sorry, Doug.
You know, a player only gets usually 4 at-bats at night. And there's not that many times, really, when you have to run your hardest. If you hit a ground ball where you're going to be out, you should run your hardest. If you get a single, you know, you're going about 3/4 speed to first base. You may not run full speed, but once or twice the entire game as a player.
Especially him. His superpower is his ability to walk.
I'm asking this question, and this is not cable news gotcha, but I'm curious what your opinion was back when we had the Yadier Molina Albert Pujols experience, and they were not exactly flying down.
No. Oh, yeah, it bothered me a lot. they were the two superstars of the team, so they somehow got away with it forever without hardly anybody ever talking about it.
I don't think Scott Rowland was a big fan of the double set standard
All right,
rules.
I can see why not.
Anything to a catcher saving some legs on a ground ball back to the pitcher?
Well, I don't think he necessarily, if you hit a one-hopper to the pitcher, you need to run as fast as you possibly can to first base. Maybe not in that case. But just about anywhere else, like I say, you might only run your hardest once or twice in an entire game. You can't run when you hit the ball the outfield? Really? Professional athlete, you can't bust it a couple times a night?
Well, don't yell at me. I didn't do it.
Well, but you would have.
No, I had to
ground
hustle.
ball to the pitcher, you'd have jogged.
No, I was firing out of the box.
Yeah, you were scrappy, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Scrappy ball player, Chairman.
Well, if you don't have a contract like that and you start walking around the field, you won't be on the field anymore.
I would pimp soft grounders to the left side.
Did you really?
Mm-hmm.
You would pimp those?
Yeah. I mean, not even balls that find the gap either, you know.
Just right to the third baseman? Can of corn?
Yeah, but I would pimp because I knew that because this is fifth grade, I knew that the kids had noodle arms and they weren't going to get there. Yeah. And if they did, it would be high.
It's a tough play for a fifth grader.
Yeah.
So you do like a little spin out of the batter's box before you begin your jaunt?
Flip the bat. I'd flick the bat.
Ground ball to short.
Little Sammy Sosa hop.
Yeah, get a little skip going. Yeah,
Because
and I
you
would
knew
round first, too.
If
to
he was
really
lucky enough to pick up the grounder, he was certainly going to throw it away to first base.
100%. And then once I got to first, I was getting to third because the catcher got nothing.
Right.
Yachty and Pools didn't run because they were slower than us. It's from Eric in the Central West End.
I think Albert was a little quicker than sometimes his...
Yachty was stealing bases like the Dickens at the end. He's kind of a sneaker delayed steal move.
Sneaky, like higher on steals list than you would think.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, like 2 outs, no one's going to be throwing.
And Albert was the invisible base runner where nobody saw him, apparently. Because he would make some really stupid base running plays. And he was always safe.
There was a thought process, and I don't know if it was ever discussed, that when Okendo was the third base coach, when he was giving him the stay sign, that actually meant go. And they were leveling the opposition because there were so many times that he would just blow right through the stop sign with Okendo at third.
I don't think that was the case. Because if you're the opposition and you're working on a relay play, you're not looking at the third base coach to see what he's doing. You're looking at the ball.
Yeah. Jose Okendo's a scratch golfer.
Okay, but still, if I'm the shortstop looking at a relay coming my way and I got to turn and fire to the plate, I don't first check to see what Jose Okendo is doing.
But honestly, one of the other defenders might see Okendo or the third base coach doing that and call out something like
I don't think so.
no go. I mean, it's not going to work 100% of the time, but, you know.
I'm sorry, I'm not buying any of it.
Such a double standard. You get mad for players not running hard, but then Ozuna sprints and climbs the wall and everybody laughs at him. Some MD
That's
2020.
True. That was just effort.
I had no idea he was still playing. I saw a highlight of him going deep the other day.
Yeah, he's
having big years.
Better power hitters in baseball.
Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today will be coming your way here on this presentation. And we welcome you to compete. Doug, Design Air, you're a client. I'm a client. Matten's a client.
Well, it's a good thing. That's why my air conditioner just hums along. It's perfect when I need it. Same with the furnace, because I've had Design Air out to my house a few times over the years for regular maintenance, and that's an important thing to do is get that regular maintenance with Design Air, and then you can probably avoid the big problems when it really heats up or gets freezing cold in the winter. Matters who's at the top, and with Design Air, that is, of course, Seth Goldcamp. He and his family have served over 10,000 customers since 1904, fourth generation St. Louis business. The Goldcamps have been doing this a long time, and they are also the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are best known for their honesty and going above and beyond. They will never upsell you. They will always give you exactly what you need and nothing more. That's how they train their employees, and they take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling. For all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Find them online at designairservice.com.
There it is, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up about 20 minutes. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Well, it looks like we're going to have a beautiful day in St. Louis. The forecast has changed a little bit. There's still a chance of showers in the afternoon, but overall looking much better than it initially did. And when the weather warms up as Memorial Day weekend approaches, you want to spend time outside in your outdoor living space. Customize that outdoor living space with aesthetic design and build. That's Dan and his team, and they have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I was so impressed with them. I had them in my house to take a look at what they could do at our home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build. They really are a design company that can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. They have all kinds of different options. They really specialize in full-on custom decks, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way. CMA 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. The Rogue Onions in there talking to Jake and St. Jen and Tiny Peepee and simping for STL.
What's the significance of a rogue onion?
That's the Rogue Onion. Maybe the Rogue Onion will call in.
Well, it sounds like something we said.
What would be a rogue onion? One that just doesn't taste like the others? Or
something like in a dish that you were surprised?
Oh, I guess maybe that's it.
It's a tough spot. If you're not expecting an onion and all of a sudden one jumps up on you,
it's one of the more
hit you.
Like that's like if you're not expecting like salmon or tuna in a dish and that just pops up out of nowhere.
How does that happen?
Maybe in a ceviche.
Oh, don't ever use that terminology again.
Ceviche?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what it is. It's not a big.
I wasn't
fish
expecting mashed potatoes on that pizza I had in Nashville last year.
Oh,
my brother being stunned.
My brother thought we was eating mashed potatoes and they were grits, and that really took him by surprise. They're not the same thing at all. That's a good surprise one.
Well, you know where you won't have a surprise, and that's with Schaefer Door.
I knew you were going there. I was going to guide you there, and I sensed that you were going there, and there was no need.
Something happens to that garage door, like Sharon and Clayton had the garage door wouldn't go up. Remember then she couldn't get in there to get it fixed. I suggested Schaefer Door. Maybe that's where she went. It's where you should go anytime you have a garage door problem. Immediately you need to think, Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER, only one F. Best to call or text at 636-782-3608. You know what? They have the quickest response time in town. Anytime you have a problem, especially on a Monday morning, for whatever reason, that seems to be when so many garage doors go down. They have a special Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. And if you should run a business or warehouse and you got those big, giant, tall doors, yes, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members working there, and they have for years. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you will talk with an actual person when you give them a jingle on the phone. Their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to come out and try to sell you an entirely new garage door if you don't need it. When they were at my house, I didn't need it. You know what I needed? Just a strut. I needed a strut in the garage door, just humming along perfectly now. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. Again, you can call or text at 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Well, there it is. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Matthew Tkachuk sympathizing with his vanquished foe. We'll have that as well. It's TMA 101 ESPN. UWD has an outstanding opportunity for you. Universal Windows Direct with May here, Memorial Day weekend coming up. Now's the time to tackle those big projects you've been putting off, whether it's drafty old windows or a worn-out front door. Universal Windows Direct has the ultimate offer to get your home ready for summer and beyond. With Universal Windows Direct, you're not just getting an amazing deal, you're getting peace of mind. Their professional team makes the process easy from start to finish, and their exclusive Super Spacer technology means your windows perform better, last longer, and help lower your energy bills. So, why wait? There is no better time than home improvement season to give your home the upgrade that it deserves. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. That's 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. This may celebrate comfort, curb appeal, and serious savings with Universal Windows Direct. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's TMA 101, ESPN, and Doug, the playoffs continue with the conference finals. You're going to be able to hear it right here on 101 ESPN. Who you got, Panthers or Hurricanes?
I'll go with the Panthers. They look so good.
Flying under the radar.
So good
kind of a fun story that for part of the year, Carolina cheers for the Panthers, but this time of the year, they're cheering against them.
That is a good.
This is why local news still they have you on their radar.
There's a part of me. I haven't done it for 21 years, and now with the money that's out there, there's a part of me that that says, you know what, maybe it's time. I come back like Jordan wearing the 4-5.
Yeah. You probably blew it by ever leaving in the first place.
You can take the man out of local news, but you can never take the local news out of the man.
How about that?
Well said.
Knock the dust off the blazer.
Waiting to happen. Matthew Tkachuk was on with the boys. It was a surprise appearance.
He kind of ambushed him.
He did. He ambushed their Zoom and wound up having a great conversation. It's a wonderful podcast. And even though he vanquished the Leafs like 12 hours beforehand, he's like, I feel sorry for those guys. Here is what Matthew Tkachuk had to say.
Were you surprised they laid that big of an egg?
No, I mean, I think that we played well. It's not all, sometimes you feel bad for them because they have some unbelievable players and a great team. And I was actually saying this last night to some of the guys, if their team was not in Toronto dealing with all the crazy circus stuff outside of it, they'd be an unbelievable team and such a hard team to play. They just have so much to deal with, and I feel bad. I mean, we don't have to deal with that in Florida, and I feel like that's what makes me and my team so lucky. But you almost use that against them, the pressure that these guys have to deal with day in and day out. And I wasn't surprised with how they played. They had stretches in those games where they played really well. I mean, look at last night. They were that second half of the first period. They were unreal, and Bob had to come up huge for us. So, they definitely didn't lay an egg at all. They played us well. They took us to Game 7, and
I think that's very.
This is almost even more slap.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He brings you out to dinner. He's got flowers. He's opening your door. He brings you home by 10 o'clock. Jesus Christ, what the hell's going on here?
Now we got a slap shot and some cheering.
There's some cheering. Those the hockey dads, up against the glass. Cam told me they call those glass sniffers, I think is what he said. Who's that? They struck by the puck?
Well, I was getting some guff because Martin was saying it sounded like it was at Afton Athletic Associate, it was just a Afton hockey rink, and I wanted to add a little bit more pop.
I see.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
Matthew Tkachuk's we're down in Florida. Nobody really cares.
Yeah, for real. Fort Lauderdale, people got some other things probably going on.
Right, but up in Toronto, those guys, he said, I'm feeling bad for them.
I mean, you got Justin Bieber and his wife behind the glass in Game 7.
Would that distract
glass
you
sniffers?
If Bieber were at a TMA Live?
No, I wouldn't have recognized based on what he was wearing. If they hadn't told me that was Justin Bieber, I'd have had no idea.
You didn't like his hat?
I couldn't tell who it was. Could you? You couldn't
I think that was the idea. I think he likes to be.
Some Leafs podcast dork is upset at Tkachuk and Marchand's I guess this meant remarks, calling it a pity tour. What an ass. And that's from Sharon and Clayton, star of the Real Housewives of TMA, and then she screenshot this. The Panthers' weird pity tour after last night's game is one of the most bad faith, sadistic victory laps I've ever seen. That's from Steve Dangle Glynn.
Oh, come on, Steve.
Dangle?
If you beat a team as convincingly as they beat the Maple Leafs there in Game
5 and 7,
5 and 7, it's not like you're going to stomp on their grave.
Wow.
That could only come back to haunt you at a later date.
Well, Paul Maurice went out of his way because I know you guys aren't going to listen to me, but I'm telling you, that's a really good hockey team, and it wasn't the blowout that it seemed like it was. But, I mean, I don't know if you necessarily say that if you did feel like it was a tight game. I don't know. I doubt Scott Arneal was saying that following the Blues festivities.
Also,
it kind of spoke for itself, considering everything.
I knew the Leafs were cooked when I saw Drake put a cool $1 million on that Game 7.
The curse. Paul Maurice, moving up the rankings, slowly but surely.
Which rankings are this? Top coaches in the league?
Little Stanley Tucci thing going on with old Paul Maurice.
Oh, no. This is where Jackson starts ranking how hot the NHL coaches are.
You're ranking him visually.
Yeah, I'm just saying. moving up the rankings.
So Lindy Ruff is still number one.
And forever and always.
Gosh, that's weird.
I don't know. Is he long for Buffalo? They're kind of a crummy franchise, aren't they?
I think they've been the most successful franchise since 2000.
Best logo, but...
Always, I thought it was awkward here on the Blues rights holder station where you're bragging about how cute Scott Arneal was. That was weird. You weren't getting that coverage in Winnipeg on Jim Montgomery. What was that about?
Right. We had that. We had Jim Toth on with us. I noticed that he didn't reciprocate with me coming on talking about the appearance of their head coach.
No, I didn't think that was correct. But no, it sounds like Paul Maurice might be in the Jackson's top 5. He does this every Monday on his blog where he ranks the hottest NHL coaches.
Yeah, I have to do it weekly. It's so much demand.
Because it changes based on haircuts and weight loss and things like that.
Team performance, too, you know?
Okay.
Can we all agree that Sharon being locked out of her detached garage just confirms she's Lee May and Clayton clothing? That's from Memorial Day Observed, who used to be Harbor Day.
Wait, this is saying she's a Lee May and Clayton?
Lee May and Clayton.
I mean, that's so good.
Well, they were without power, right? That whole area didn't have power. That's
right. There it is, Arbor Day, now Memorial Day observed. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up in a matter of moments. If you are feeling sluggish, if you have low energy, if you have put on some weight, if you're feeling anxious, moody, irritable, Mentality can help you out. Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best with board-certified physicians, providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis, all during your first visit. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Next, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center Update. It's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Eastern Conference Finals are starting in the NHL with the Hurricanes and Panthers doing battle tonight. That puck's going to drop right around 7 p.m. That was their Sports Center Update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
The Rogue Onion is talking with, is it Adam Welly, about whether or not Ladue and Clayton actually have schools. And this is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And
Public
said,
schools?
yeah, they are public schools, but in order to go there, you have to be rich AF.
Incorrect. If you live in the Ladue School District or the Clayton School District, you, of course, can go to those schools.
Well, you're now going after the Rogue Onion.
Yeah, well, when you're objectively false.
Wow.
But most are well-heeled who attend those schools.
No,
Most
I wouldn't
aren't.
say that. I mean, they're middle class.
What do you
Middle
think
class
the
in Ladue
household
and Clayton?
income is?
Well, Doug, Ladue School
Are we
District.
talking median or average?
Ladue School District takes up a lot more than just Ladue. It's Olivet, parts of Creve Coeur, unincorporated St. Louis.
Most of those are not considered middle-class areas. Upper middle class, and Ladue
Okay.
is upper class.
Yeah, Ladue itself is upper class, but again, that's just one of the areas.
What percentage of Ladue tykes from the age of 14 to 18 go to Ladue High School, and what percentage go to private schools? I ask you as a Ladue grad.
In Ladue,
Because you're fighting with the Rogue Onion, and I'm taking the Rogue Onion side.
in Ladue, and that's not just the Ladue School District, but in Ladue, I would say it's probably like 75% go to Ladue High School.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then 25% go private, I would
How about
say.
that?
I would and that's a rough, I didn't grow, I lived in Olivet where 90 to 95% of kids.
Would go to Ladue.
Yes.
But
But
you're
I-
saying only 25% of kids who actually live in Ladue proper would
Maybe-
go to a private school.
It's over 50%, but I would say maybe closer, maybe 60.
You surprised by that number,
65.
Doug?
Yeah, I would have thought they
Maybe
would.
60. I mean, you have to think like these private schools don't have massive classes. Ladue has a class in the 300-400s every year.
Got a little data for you here.
Oh, wow.
The median household income in the Ladue School District, $154,880.
That's middle class if I've ever heard it.
That's the most out of touch comment I've ever heard.
That's middle. That's middle class.
That's not
154.
middle class.
That's upper class.
That's be upper middle class.
Okay. Well,
See, that's why you need me and Doug. Doug's folksy, I'm meat and potatoes.
Now look up Kirkwood now, because this is going to be, because if it's more than that,
That's fine. I'm more than comfortable with that. But the truth is, I'm 6'3", 109. I'm a carpetbagger.
I'm talking about Vaughn.
Oh,
Calling me Mr. Silver Spoon.
Well,
if
I don't
it's
live in
$1 more.
You want to take a guess?
No, I don't. I want to say I want the number.
Doug, you want to take a guess?
Median Kirkwood income.
Median household income for in
Kirkwood
list.
School District.
Oh,
Yes.
it's probably 110.
134.6.
Okay.
you thought it was going to be higher than Ladue?
Well, if it was, I was going to spike the football.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a... And what about Huntley? Huntley's about 52,000.
I don't. There's probably like 5 kids who would be eligible.
I don't know. Like 350 people live in.
Is that right? Is that the number?
Something like that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and they are mad in the YouTube chat that we didn't get to it, but I didn't get to it because there's one email in the filtered file, and it's from the Heiser House Hooligan. I don't know who the hell he
He's
is.
one.
Heiser House Hooligan.
One got filtered.
I think he was the one who was saying that the rumor at Family Golf is I'm going through some grip changes.
I like the idea of your email so bad you got filtered on the day when there was only one in the inbox.
It came from a name that I'm not even comfortable saying.
Well, don't say
Doug,
it.
our responsibility is to protect the Federal Communications Commission's license.
Yes, it is.
And Chairman Kurt, sometimes you have to be the gatekeeper.
I'm fine with that.
Morning, boys. As one of the poors that listen to your show that makes under 7 figures, boy, there aren't a lot of people listening to the show who make under
No, I
7
wouldn't
figures.
think so. No.
I start my workday at 3:30 a.m. delivering that sweet, sweet diabetic nectar that is Dr. Pepper and Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper adjacent products.
Oh.
I was really a big fan of the email right there. Dr. Pepper adjacent products to the Fats who live in St. Charles and Wentzville. I drive in silence for the first 3.5 hours in anticipation of what will come out of Tim's sultry lips at 7 a.m. As that hour falls upon the St. Louis area, I think to myself, what is Doug wearing today? Is Pestis calling in to tell us about the day in the life of a Festus lifer? Is Libby Jack excited more for the NBA Conference Finals or his boys' trip to Martha's Vineyard? Whose feet do I need to rub to get text messages read? All these thoughts dance in my mind as I dream of being a fly on the wall. The driving stall to see how well Tim really does swing it. Wink, wink. Anywho, great show, guys, and tell Martin he did okay, too. Until next time, that's from the Heiser House Hooligan, and he has won the Designer House Hooligan email today.
I'll be darned.
Jerry the Tank did not write in, I assume. I don't know. I mean,
Nope, he did not. Nor did Buck Swope.
Nor did
the JV golf coach.
self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom.
Okay.
Tank scared him off.
Tank scared him off, and with that, I mean, the Tank gets one step closer to winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. And Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man is furious. Unfilter my ass!
That's tough. He just named himself as the one guy to get filtered on a day where he had one email in the filtered file.
He's too vile at times.
Oh, Chairman Kurt, a significant allegation from Ken Iggy Strode in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. He said, I guess KG was busy today and couldn't pen a Jerry the Tank Del Vecchio email.
Oh, wow. That's a monster.
And I asked Mr. Strode if he wanted to put some money on that. Ooh. But I'm sure he was just joking.
Oh, Doug, a wager is
summer solstice.
That's what happens. Ryan Clark, RG3, Chairman Kurt, Ken Iggy Strode. Doug, this Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is Banty. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Remember the Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.